I need to waste time coming to this house, Mr. Speaker. Because why should the National Assembly be the one setting the agenda for this house? Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we garnered votes, Mr. Speaker, like our colleagues in the National Assembly. So this business, Mr. Speaker, of us always playing subservient to the National Assembly is, to say the least, annoying, Mr. Speaker. And you're going to kill the spirit of so many of us, Mr. Speaker, who have the passion to serve the Senate as an upper house. So why can't it be the other way around, Mr. Speaker? Why wouldn't you convince your colleague to drop their motion? We start with ours, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, if this matter was deliberated by the House Business Committee, it should be included in our supplementary order paper today. And if there is any decision that is to be made to drop that particular agenda from the order paper today, it should be with the concurrence of the House. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if we start running our business as people who are under instructions from the National Assembly, we shall remain a house that plays subservient to the dictates of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okongo, the matters, or the matter at hand, is a matter that relates to the two coalitions, the two political divides. Hence the reason why I had to consult with those two parties. So the decision to drop this particular matter from today's order paper was not unilateral. Neither was it arrived at unilaterally. I think I took you through the series of events because even at the House business level, we had a lot of engagements, but later wisdom then demanded that we seek to understand some of the things that were happening. And to understand the whole matter, I had to sit down with the Speaker of the National Assembly. And after that meeting, I still did not make a decision to drop this matter. I had to seek audience with the two coalitions, representatives of the two coalitions. One, Stewart Mazayo, Senator, and Senator Boni Khalwale. And in that meeting, after lengthy deliberations, reasoning and wisdom, we were all unanimous that indeed then it will be neater for us to drop this matter from today's order paper and have it contained in tomorrow's order paper. So this decision was a decision, it was a product of consultation. Let's leave it at that. Yes, Senator Wambo.
Speaker, I thank you. When you did your communication from the chair, you pointed out the fruitful discussions and deliberations that we had during our retreat in Mombasa. Speaker, if you recall, this is one of those issues that really came up in those very robust debates about the place of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya vis-a-vis the National Assembly. Speaker, one of the things that are outstanding in our standing orders is that we cannot anticipate debate. In the same vein, we cannot anticipate the outcome of a debate. What pains some of us, Mr. Speaker, and deeply so, is that every time there is a conflict, either real or imagined, between what the National Assembly should do and what we should do, we are always invited as the Senate to give way to the National Assembly. The Speaker, we are very deliberate in this Senate, very, very deliberate, to restore the lost glory of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. There is nothing, the Speaker, that would have gone wrong if we had our concurrent motions, if the outcomes are different from the two houses, the procedures are very clear on how to cure such outcomes. We should never run away from our own issues. Representatives of the Parliamentary Service Commission from the Senate are supposed to go there and fight for the interests of the Senate first before they consider the General Parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would really urge, if that were possible, and I know you have said you've consulted our majority whip and our leader, and we respect that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would really, really urge that let us debate whatever motion comes to the floor, and once we get an outcome of that debate, we deal with the consequences of the outcome, Mr. Speaker, without reference to the National Assembly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bonicolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission is one of the 10 Chapter 15 commissions under the Constitution of Kenya. A constitutional provision, Mr. Speaker, is serious. And Mr. Speaker, when you took the decision you did and went ahead and presented to the House Business Committee and consulted both the majority and the minority side, you are going all out of your way. You are not ignorant of the provisions of the Constitution, which provides, Mr. Speaker, that a commission serves to protect the sovereignty of the people. Mr. Speaker, for the honorable members from the minority side to mislead this House and mislead the whole country that there is a dispute over this matter between the Senate and the National Assembly is not true. There is no such a dispute. There is, if you are a good debater,
Honorable Senators, can the Senator for Kakamega be heard in silence?
Yes.
Please.
These are things children who are in the gallery know in debating. You listen, then you respond. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no disagreement between the Senate and the National Assembly over this matter. The issue at hand is that the two speakers are going all out of the way to assist one of the coalitions to put its house in order. And since, Mr. Speaker, I happen to know that a certain coalition has no problem, these points of order should not be raised by that side that has problems. They should be raised by us who are wondering, why are these people delaying us when the country is waiting for the Parliamentary Service Commission, a commission under this Constitution? You guys, you honorable members, you senators, go put your house in order. We want a Parliamentary Service Commission. Stop wasting the time of this House.
Honorable Sifuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, it's very good to see you back in that chair. We have suffered, but that's beside the point. Mr. Speaker, it is the chair who, in fact, has informed this House this afternoon that there is a variance between the names that have been submitted before this House and the House, the National Assembly. That matter did not come from us, Honorable Speaker. My only issue, Mr. Speaker, is I need your assurance that if indeed you have said this motion will come back to the floor of the Senate tomorrow, you assure this House that it will come back in the same form that it appears in today's order paper. If that is the assurance that is granted, Mr. Speaker, then we are willing to indulge your seat, because what we know, Mr. Speaker, because from your communication you have given, is that, in fact, if this House proceeds at the same time with the National Assembly, different names of members of Parliament will be endorsed by the National Assembly and by the Senate, Mr. Speaker. That tells us
that there is a problem somewhere, Mr. Speaker. And all we are saying, that information has come from you. It has not come from us. As far as we are concerned, and as one of the leaders in this coalition, Mr. Speaker.
Now, would you wish to be informed?
Very much so, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to inform the Senator for Nairobi that even as we insist that the motion comes in the same format as it is, it should not come to us as communication from the National Assembly. It should come here as a substantive motion of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya.
In fact, Speaker, he has just captured my fears. All I am saying is that, yes, we are removing this order, this motion from the order paper. I believe the clerk, all he has to do is to cut it and paste it onto tomorrow's order paper. If there will be as much a variance as a comma, Mr. Speaker, we will know that that is not a motion of this House. So as long as you assure us of that, Mr. Speaker, you have my full support 100%, and I am sure that you will exercise Solomonic wisdom, because the demons that we are trying to cast out, Mr. Speaker, are very serious demons, and they will rear their ugly faces tomorrow, and we will be here to combat those demons. It is time to come out very strongly, Mr. Speaker, to fight against greed in this House, to fight against impunity from some of these people who call themselves leaders here. It is time that we are going to massacre greed on the floor of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, I'd wish to give you that assurance, but I'm afraid I may not be able to do it now. Because, as I've already said, this matter is in the hands of the coalitions. I won't be surprised before 6 today to receive another letter containing a different name. I have seen several letters from that coalition, and I don't think the one that I have is the last one. And therefore, should there be no other communication other than the one that I have, I am duty-bound to bring the motion as it is. Yes, Senator Jeptumo.
You heard the Senator Nairobi talk of demons to be chased away. Mr. Speaker, I want him to confirm that those demons are on the other side. They don't belong to this side.
So we are going to have that matter contained in tomorrow's order paper, and we'll have time to ventilate it further. Next order, please.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate today, the 8th November of the year of our Lord 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are reports of the Auditor General for the year ended 30th of June 2021 on the financial statements of the following. 1. Nandi County Executive Committee Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. Nandi County Assembly Car Loan for Members Scheme Fund. Nandi County Education Fund, Kapsabet Nandi Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Homa Bay County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage for Members Scheme Fund, Homa Bay County Assembly Car Loan Mortgage Loan Fund, Homa Bay County Education Bursary Fund, Homa Bay County Water and Sanitation, Homa Bay Municipality Board, Kwale County Assembly Members and Staff Loan Scheme, Kwale Water and Sewerage Water Company, the Kwale Municipality Board, Diani Municipality Board, Kakamega County Alcoholic Drinks and Control Fund, Kakamega County Dairy Development Cooperative, Kakamega County Microfinance Corporation, Mombasa County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Mombasa County Consolidated Revolving Fund, Mombasa Water Supply and Sanitation Company Limited, Mombasa County Water Supply and Sanitation Company Limited, Taita Taveta County Assembly Mortgage for Members Scheme Fund, Taita Taveta County Government Education Fund, Taita Taveta County Datu Zawasisha Fund, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Taita Taveta Car Loan Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2021, Bungoma County Assembly Employer Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Bungoma County Education Support Scheme, Bungoma County Trade Development Loans Fund, Bungoma County Youth and Women Empowerment Fund, Bungoma County Trade Development Loans Fund, Kisii County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Kisii County Health Facilities Improvement Fund, Kisii County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2021, Kisii County Loans and Mortgage Fund, Kisii County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Kisii County COVID-19 Emergency Fund, Gusii Water Sanitation Company Limited, Demonstration Farm Fund in Kisii, Kisumu County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2021, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Kisumu County Education Fund, Kisumu County COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund, and finally, Mr. Speaker, but not least, Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lay the papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry to waste the time of the House. It slipped me that I was holding brief for the Leader of the Majority. Mr. Speaker, sir, I give notice of the following motion. That pursuant to Article 5 of the Protocol to the Treaty of Establishing the East African Economic Community and relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the Senate approves the appointment of the following members of Parliament to the Pan-African Parliament. 1. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP. Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, MGH MP. The Honorable Rahab Mukami Washira, MP. The Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo, OGW, MP. And finally, the Honorable Esther Mudhoni Pasaris, MP. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, before we proceed to the next order, in the public gallery, we have 46 pupils, accompanied by 5 teachers from Kiahuko Primary School in Nyeri County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, and on behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also, in the public gallery, we have 54 pupils, accompanied by 6 teachers from Kamatungu Primary School, Kieni constituency in Nyeri County, who are in the Senate on education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, we wish them a fruitful visit. Honorable Senators, I will allow the Senator for Nyeri to welcome the visitors, if he's around.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the pupils from Nyeri County, Kieni West Sub-County, to the Senate. I want to tell them that the journey to this place for all of us has not been very easy, but they have what it takes, Mr. Speaker, sir, after their education, if they work very hard, to also come and join the Senate. This is the house that regulates and controls and oversees the county governments. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm pleased to say that these are pupils from humble background, one of the drought-ravaged area of Nyeri County, and we do extend this welcome to this house so that they can come and see how we transact the business. I also want to take this opportunity to thank them for taking the time and their teachers for organizing the tour, and to send them as they go back home, they send my warm greetings to their parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be seeing them shortly after this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Next order, please.
Order number 7, statements.
Which order is coming? In which order? Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely the actualization of not more than 2/3 gender rule. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 27(8) of Kenya's Constitution provides for legislative and other measures to implement the principle that not more than 2/3 of the members of elective or appointive bodies shall be of the same gender. 10 years later, other numerous attempts, the government still has not adopted legislation to fully implement this constitutional requirement. At the core of the Constitution of Kenya is the belief that there can only be real progress in society if all citizens participate fully in their governance, and that all male and female persons with disabilities, marginalized and excluded groups are included in the affairs of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important to note that the drafters of the Constitution took to account the barriers faced by women stemming from historical and cultural injustices that exclude them in fully participating in the politics of their nation. The struggle to introduce more women in parliament in Kenya can be traced back to 1996, when Honorable Charity Ngilu moved a motion for more women to be nominated. However, it was not successful, and in 1997, Honorable Phoebe Asio tabled the first affirmative action bill in Parliament, but it failed. Despite the failure, this created an opportunity for other female members of Parliament to demand for an increase in the number of women in Parliament. The Honorable Mother Karua tabled the Constitutional Amendment Bill in 2007 on affirmative action that aimed at creating 50 seats for women in the 10th Parliament. She defended the creation of 50 special seats as an affirmative action issue, which sought to put women representation in Parliament at par with their population size. Mr. Speaker, sir, Parliament's inaction on ensuring Article 27(8) is implemented could be largely explained by its poor performance on the not more than 2/3 gender principle that even the Chief Justice advised the President to dissolve Parliament in line with Article 261(7) of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Parliament immediately went to court and obtained orders barring dissolution of Parliament until the issues raised in the petition are heard and determined. The court gave an order of mandamus directing Parliament to take steps to ensure that the required legislation is enacted within a period of 60 days. Up to now, Parliament is still lagging behind since no legislation is enacted. This means that not more than 2/3 gender rule still lacks legislation on the method of implementation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the fight to introduce more women in Parliament finally bore fruit as the Kenyan Constitution represented a legal framework for gender equality. Another milestone in the election of women legislators elected into single-member constituency. In this year's election, 2022, 29 women were elected members of National Assembly, 6 more than were elected in 2017. The Senate fulfilled the not more than 2/3 gender rule in the 12th Parliament, with 4 elected women senators and 18 nominated women senators. However, in the 13th Parliament now, the rule has not been met. It is essential for Parliament to adhere to the not more than 2/3 rule as stipulated in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my duty as the President of Women of ODM, the Orange Democratic Movement, to raise awareness in ensuring more representation of women at the national level. Where the legislature is, it is primarily because there is no legislation that has been enacted to tackle the issue of women elected leaders not garnering at least 1/3 of the House membership. We must lead by example. The representation of women in counties, the county executive committees, and other interest groups, this Parliament can look into. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I request that this matter be referred to the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration to do 2 things. 1, undertake an audit in the appointment of members of the county executive committees and chief officers in all counties. 2, scrutinize affirmative actions being implemented by the counties in the promotion of women in leadership positions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 52.3, I do refer this particular statement to the relevant committee. The next is Senator Mohammed Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern and national importance, namely the illegal diversion of Kenya shillings 47,394,600 from the Staff Training Fund of the Kenya Maritime Authority to the Kenyan Higher Commission in London. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kenya Maritime Authority was set up in the year 2004 as a semi-autonomous government agency in charge of regulatory oversight over the Kenyan maritime industry and maritime safety and security. KMA strives to strengthen national maritime administration through enhancement of regulatory and institutional capacities for safety and security, fostering effective implementation of the International Maritime Convention and other mandatory instruments on safety and security, promoting maritime trade, training, coordination, search and rescue operations in water bodies, preventing maritime pollution, and promoting preservation of marine environment, as well as promoting trade, facilitation, and maritime investments. Mr. Speaker, sir, the KMA falls under the Ministry of Transport, but currently there's a new Ministry of Blue Economy, I think. KMA falls under the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, and Urban Development.
even worse, the fact that threats are still being employed instead of addressing the issue means that we have not learned anything from our past mistakes. Mr. Speaker, we are basically back to square one. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that the Kenya Airline Pilots Association has undergone several changes of guard over the years, but the problems seem to remain the same. The issue, therefore, is not about the pilots at the helm of this union, but the underlying work conditions. Mr. Speaker, it is astounding that the same government that supposedly came into power on the promise of voicing the perceived suffering of the masses, promising to improve the general welfare of our people, is the same one now that is issuing threats to a union that is only fighting for the rights of its members lawfully. Mr. Speaker, when the pilots gave their notice on 19th of October 2022, we expected that negotiations should have been stepped up in order to avert the strike, but instead, intimidation was deployed after KQ obtained a court injunction on 31st of October 2022 from the Labour Court against the strike notice. The airline's threats of disciplinary action if the pilots refused to observe their rosters did not work then, and the result of this hard stance was a costly strike that is costing the airline 300 million shillings each day. I must add that those threats continue even as I speak, Mr. Speaker. As lawmakers, our job is to uphold the law and ensure that no one abuses their power by subverting what is stipulated in our Constitution. Yet, with a mere comment of calling the Kalpa pilots saboteurs of the government, the Transport Cabinet Secretary, our friend, the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, has cheapened this conversation as just some hot air from our very competent pilots. The union followed the law by giving notice and trying to air the grievances in many negotiated forums. Obviously, this did not work, Mr. Speaker. The problems raised by the pilots have been recurring from time to time, with the administrative ones being opaque management of the airline's financial and commercial issues and contracts, bad leadership and governance, violation of CBA.
What is your point of order, Senator Mngatana?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
have a very able chairman, Karungo Athangwa, so that instead of waiting, Mr. Speaker, because something can happen.
Senator Kenywa, point taken, please.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me to engage myself on this matter. Mr. Speaker, without passing aspersions on to my brother, Senator Kenywa. Senator Kenywa, yes, we are on this side, but we were giving you time so that you could try and fix the mess. We couldn't have rushed last week on Friday when the strike started on Friday. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I happen to share one or two friends of mine. One of them is a pilot who's also your friend. And this young man happens to be a brother of mine. His message has been very simple. KQ actually lost out about 20 years ago when we bought aeroplanes and nobody knows who owns them. When we went into contracts where people and companies are the ones that are servicing the aeroplanes and nobody knows who they are. When there is a unilateral decision for salaries of the pilots to be reduced without consulting the members of the Pilots Association. And these are things I think for me, Chair, for me, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, Honorable Ojienda and the Senator from Nairobi, I think KQ needs much more than even a court case. I think we need to have a commission of inquiry that is going to bring all the players, the stakeholders, and look at what is happening on KQ, because this was an airline that was doing extremely well, Mr. Speaker, about 15 years ago. And then when you ask who the owners are, you can never be told. When you are asked which contracts were signed, when the aeroplanes, which are Embraers, which were brought from Brazil, were brought over here, nobody even knows who actually owns those aeroplanes till today. The issue of KQ, Mr. Speaker, is exactly like the agreements we had signed on the provision of private power suppliers. You remember that story. Finally, the owners came out. Finally, then after that, they left the market. And these are the same cartels that I think this House needs to be engaged in so that we can follow up and find out what the issues of KQ are. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that our Transport Committee will be engaged and will come up with an appropriate solution once and for all. Because the way KQ is going, Mr. Chair, some of us are even scared taking those flights because even the servicing of the planes is an issue now, Mr. Speaker. So I really recommend my brothers for having brought the issue, and I would hope that we will adopt a bipartisan approach to try and solve the issues of Kenya Airways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Halole, what is your information?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the anger by members in regard to KQ, but if my good brother, Senator Onyonga, would allow me to inform you. You know, this culture that everything that happens in public is because of cartels and stuff and so on, sometimes it should be based on fact. When you say the ownership of KQ is not known, allow me to inform you that KQ is private, public in ownership, and in that ownership, 48.1% of the shares are owned by the government of Kenya. 7.8% of the shares, Mr. Speaker, are owned by the KLM. And finally, 38.9% of the shares of KQ are owned by a consortium called the KQ Lenders. So when you fly around, are you saying that Kenya is a criminal enterprise? That such a multi-billion company can be owned by tomcats and gangsters and what have you? Be informed.
Senator Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I happen to be the chairperson of the Roads, Transportation and Housing Committee. But as much the statement has been read by one of my members, I believe this is an issue of Labor Committee because it involves the workforce between KQ and to refer the same to the Labor Committee so that they can expedite on it. But as much as other issues have been raised, we have a very transparent government, and I believe any other question anyone would want to know about KQ, about how it is run, we have a very transparent CS, Kipchumba Murkomen. The other day, he just released a contract that has been hidden by the previous government, including their handshake brothers. They never wanted anybody to know about it. But we now have copies of that contract. So even, and I'm grateful the Chief Whip has elaborated who owns KQ. If they would want documents, we'll be very happy to provide, because this is a transparent government and we want to turn around this national carrier so that it can perform its duty. So I seek your indulgence if you can refer Senator Sifuna's statement to the Labour Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter of the strike of the pilots is very grave, very serious, and affects many countries, but not only Kenya. It is not just a labor matter, but also a transport matter. You've heard there are issues of security and safety of the planes. You know, this affects everyone, including us. All of us, in an effort to support this country, we all support KQ. I always fly KQ so that I can support the Kenyan shareholders there and whoever is running this very, very important enterprise. So safety for planes is a very, very serious matter. At the moment, you do not have pilots in their right frame of mind, in their good spirits, then you know from the history of this country you are caught in disaster. You are aware of a pilot who was not happy, waited for his colleague to go to relieve himself, locked himself in the cockpit, and brought everybody down. So I really want the government to take this matter seriously. I have challenged the government yesterday that the president should take this matter personally. This is a matter beyond the courts. The president should personally meet these pilots, inspire them. He's been in this country, he knows what the problems are, address them, give them hope, and I'm very sure they will immediately go back to work. There will be no need to frustrate them in the courts, and then we sort out this matter here in the committees, in this house. I don't think the good chair should shy away from responsibility. In fact, the two committees can come together and work together on this matter, the Committee of Labor and the Committee of Transport, and I'm very sure this Senate also, if it starts addressing this matter, it has the capacity to sort out the issues which are not being addressed in courts, and I believe all of us will be safe while flying. Many Kenyans, many people in the world also rely on this airline. When it is on strike, their planes cannot go, they are not able to connect. A lot of passengers are stranded all over the earth, and then the biggest disadvantage, many people don't want to board this plane again, and our good neighbors in Ethiopia are taking over our business. So I think it's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker, and with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the 53 senators who supported me when I lost my mother through some heart problems. Really, you came in, although I was not with you in Mombasa, you were really with me in spirit, including you, Mr. Speaker. I really thank you very much, all of you. It was the whole house, and I really want to challenge the country, Mr. Speaker. We have no cardiac, doctors dealing with the heart in this country, they are overloaded. I wish many more doctors can specialize in heart issues, because the few doctors we have, they have such a long chain of many Kenyans with problems of the heart, and it causes delay. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me add my voice on the matter of KQ, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Kenya Airways has been it's a pride of Africa. But Mr. Speaker, although there are a lot of blame games and the pilots are being blamed, Mr. Speaker, what is affecting Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, is a whole compounded issue that includes management, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how many of the board members who sit in Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, have understanding or training or experience in the aviation sector, Mr. Speaker, that would help improve matters in that Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say so because in the past, you are aware, Mr. Speaker, part of the decisions that have been made in Kenya Airways are not strategic at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how can Kenya Airways close all its sales offices nationally and internationally and expect to compete with airlines like Emirates, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, if you look at the pricing model they are using for their tickets, Mr. Speaker, there is no way this airline, even if it is left to run in the manner it is running, it will continue to survive as a going concern, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter must be taken seriously by this House, and the Transport Committee, together with Labour, Mr. Speaker, should sit together to jointly look into the matters affecting Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of financing Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, this is an airline government has always bailed out for so many times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if what I read in the newspapers recently is true, that Kenya Airways has been making losses running to, I think they started with 20-something billion, they came to 14 billion. If it is true that this strike, the loss will only be 8 billion, Mr. Speaker, then I think it looks like the strike is causing some savings, Mr. Speaker. I see the way my majority leader is looking at me, but Mr. Speaker, we must address issues that affect this country in a bipartisan manner, Mr. Speaker. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, we want the ownership of KQ be made properly public. Those who have leased aircrafts to Kenya Airways, we want to know who they are, at what cost, and why has Kenya Airways not leased the aircraft directly from the manufacturers, like the other airlines, Mr. Speaker. A struggling airline like Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford to lease aircrafts from third parties, Mr. Speaker, and expect to compete with Emirates, Mr. Speaker, who are leasing aircraft directly from the manufacturers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I implore upon this House and the two committees to take the matters of Kenya Airways seriously, bearing in mind that this is the national carrier and it is the pride of Africa, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, the matter of KQ is a very serious matter. And I don't think it's just a labor issue, as the Senator of Kiambu has put it. It's a very serious issue, but I want to remind members that this is not the first time Parliament is looking at this matter of KQ. We remember very well in the second Senate, the second Senate had a very intensive process of looking at this matter under the chairmanship of the then Senator of Kisumu, Professor Nyang'nyong. And the report is there. The National Assembly and the 12th Parliament, they took almost a year to look at this matter, Mr. Speaker. And they invited all the stakeholders, came up with a report with very serious recommendations. And I remember one of the recommendations was to come up with a law on management of Kenyan aviation management. That law came, and I think it collapsed at second reading. So a lot of work has happened on this matter. I want to request that even as a committee retires to look at this matter, they need not to reinvent the wheel. They look at the past reports, what has been implemented and what has not been implemented. Mr. Speaker, I remember when the former CEO of KQ was resigning, he said that even God cannot save Kenya Airways. That even if you bring whatever manager with a level of experience and knowledge, he will not. The current manager, CEO of KQ, happens to be my resident of Vihiga County, Mr. Kilavoka. And he did so well when he was at Jambojet. And that's why he ended up getting this job. So I think the problem is beyond him. This problem is much bigger, and I think Parliament, we have a responsibility to address this matter once and for all. And I don't think the matter is just limited to the ability and performance of the current CEO. It's more than the CEO. It is to do with financial misappropriation. It is to do with the wrong decisions that have been made. And as a report by the National Assembly pointed out, it is not competitive for Kenya Airways to compete with other airlines because of the high taxation regime on aviation industry in Kenya. So there are wide issues that the committee needs to look at, and I think the starting point is to look at the report by the committee led by Professor Nyang' Nyong' and the report of the Transport Committee of the National Assembly, which had a raft of measures that needed to be taken to bring back the airline to life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I equally want to applaud the Senator for Nairobi, Honorable Sifuna, for the statement that is brought before the House today. For two reasons. This House was out in the course of last week, and a number of members complained on what they went through coming back to Nairobi. Now, the matter of KQ is bigger than the statement by the Honorable Senator. It is bigger than what the members here have contributed. And Mr. Speaker, when we speak about the strike, I look at the strike beyond the terms and condition of service of the pilots. What we have read in the media, what we have seen on TV is, Mr. Speaker, less than what we ought to know from KQ. In terms of the issues which we have already been fed by the media, it is high time, Honorable Speaker, that this House and Parliament at large do beyond investigation so that once and for all, the challenges that the KQ has exhibited over time are resolved. It is not enough to say that it is a matter that falls within the Labour Committee or the Transport Committee, because I am aware that there have been meetings convened by the CS Transport as well as by the CS Labour jointly with the two groups in a bid to resolve the issue. I know that such meetings, if it is anything to go by what we've received in the media, have borne no fruit. However, if this House is keen to get beyond what we are reading, it is the opportunity for us as Parliament to make sure that Kenya Airways, or KQ, is investigated beyond just the strike. I believe that when such an institution fails to perform, especially where, as the Honorable Associate stated, Parliament previously have also made similar reports on the same issue. It is not something that began yesterday. It has been there. Do we want to run the cycles of the committees or of the House sitting whenever strikes are called? Because going on strike is a constitutional right. It is a matter that they have as a matter of right as members of a group or a coalition to fight for their rights. At the same time, the employer equally has the same right, such that even as this House seeks to wade into the differences in a bid to resolve the issue, we should go beyond the strike. We should go beyond what we are reading as it now. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I equally support the statement so that this House can help this very important entity in the government of Kenya. I thank you.
The honourable senators, I think we can rest that matter there. As urged by or prayed by the senator for Kiambu, indeed it's true that the matters to be probed here go beyond transport. The issues of labor, the issues even of trade and investment that will come to the fore. However, let me refer this to be domiciled within the Transport Committee, as and when they are discussing matters on labor, they can as well invite the other committees, but let it be domiciled within the Committee of Transport. Honorable Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on the onboarding process of employees in the county government of Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare concerning the onboarding process of employees in the county government of Marsabit. In the statement, the committee should give 1, the number of county government officers employed on contract and those on permanent and pensionable basis. 2, audit the onboarding process in each basis, stating the particulars, including the tenure of contracts signed. 3, give reasons why workers on long-serving contract terms, which have been on renewable basis, have not been absorbed to permanent and pensionable PP terms, noting that the long contract basis goes against the Employment Act 2007. And finally, 4th, explain the criteria used in determining absorption into P&P basis, leaving behind the experienced staff who have been working on renewable contracts in the county government for over 5 years. Senator Chute, Marsabit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is so referred. Senator Agnes Kavindu. Senator Kavindu is not in. No one holding her brief. We proceed to Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on allegations of management of the Media Council of Kenya funds. In the statement, the committee should table the council's audited financial statements covering the last 3 years, shed light on allegations of mismanagement of the council's funds, and disclose irregularities, if any, giving the particulars of those complicit while stating disciplinary measures preferred against any culpable officials, investigate reports of alleged diversion of council resources, including funds which had been earmarked for training of journalists during the COVID-19 and general election period, as well as deployment of money and motor vehicles to office of the CEO. Table board resolutions in regards to training, stating how strict the council has adhered to its training policy, and to investigate reports of nepotism in recruitment of staff by the media regulator. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that has actually been discussed within the industry for about 2 years, and some clarity is being sought in terms of resources, funds that were allocated to the election coverage, funds that were also allocated to cushion journalists during the COVID-19 pandemic. And there is allegations on misappropriation of funds that were also supposed to go for training. So, Mr. Speaker, because of the urgent nature of it, I urge you to refer this to the Standing Committee of ICT.
It is so referred. Senator Boni Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the status of pending bills in Kakamega County as at August 2022. In the statement, the committee should provide a comprehensive report on the pending bills figures accumulated in Kakamega County as at August 2022, indicating the amount owed to respective service providers and financial year in which the pending bills relate to. 2, should explain why the service providers were not paid on time and state whether the pending bills form the first charge in the new financial year in the county of Kakamega as required in the laid down regulatory framework. 3, state whether the county government of Kakamega adhered to the procurement law in procuring goods and services with specific reference to procurements on the pending bill list, stating details of when the tender was floated and who won the award. And finally, Mr. Speaker, outline the plans, if any, put in place by Kakamega County government to ensure all the contractors whom the county government owes money are paid before the end of the current financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I request you to forward this to the Committee on Finance and Budget.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to actually recommend my senior Honorable Boni Halwale for raising this matter of pending bills. Only how I wish that you would have raised the question on all the county governments in Kenya, because the issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, is the big elephant in the house. I think we are all aware that many of our county governments, including Kisii County government, has got pending bills totaling over 1.5 billion shillings, and the people who supplied materials and equipment have not been paid for the last sum, have taken longer than 9 years. I really recommend my brother for having raised that issue, and I hope that our committee will be seized and will be engaged on this matter so that we can come up with clever ways and ingenious ways on how we solve this problem once and for all. Because, Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have is that without sorting out the pending bills issue, then we continue having an accumulation of the same pending bills of the incoming governments. And therefore, it just becomes like a merry-go-round. I hope the committee will be seized and will come up with recommendations that will solve the very critical issues in our country affecting pending bills. Thank you.
Senator Ojenda.
Speaker, may I? Let me just move to this point. Mr. Speaker, on this, thank you, Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the pending bills, I just want to weigh in, and I want to agree with Senator Boni Halwale, that this is very, very key, Mr. Speaker, sir. The pain, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that service providers go a long way in securing loans or to securing credit facilities to supply counties, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, years down the line with accumulated interest, the suppliers are then told that they cannot be paid. And the concern of Senator Boni Halwale is a real concern for all suppliers in many counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think last year a bill was brought to this House. I don't know if that bill was passed on the prioritization of accumulated bills arising in counties. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that it is time to relook at pending bills. My own home county, Kisumu County, has pending bills that are unpaid. Suppliers are complaining, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, sir, how I pray, that the concern of Mr. Halwale be a concern for all counties. I know all senators here would want to bring up the issue because most counties, Mr. Speaker, sir, owe suppliers a lot of money. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this Senate would act and complete the process of legislation so that bills previously accrued, Mr. Speaker, sir, are paid before new ones, and so that we also know the criteria that is used to prioritize later bills when earlier bills remain unpaid, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we do not arrest the issue of pending bills in the counties now, it's still going to be a menace in the future years to come. Because, Mr. Speaker, truth be told, new governors are not willing to pay pending bills of the previous governors. Sometimes they even stop projects that were ongoing or that were started by previous governors because they also want to be seen to be working by starting new projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to come up with a solution as a Senate whereby no new projects or no new facilities to be built unless the governors pay this pending bill to a certain percentage. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have World Bank projects at the counties. All those projects are always paid on time, and they are implemented by the counties. Mr. Speaker, if this model by World Bank is working, why don't we then use it at the counties, even when the county governments are implementing or doing those projects, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's a high time as a Senate we come with a solution, and the sooner the better, Mr. Speaker, because if we don't do that, now this is the time the governors have already started swearing in their CECs. They are going to commission new projects. We are going to accumulate more pending bills, and we might never even be able to pay those who worked for our county government. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a high time we did that as a Senate.
Thank you. Let us rest it at that. Next order, please.
Order number 8, the County Vocational and Training Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the establishment of systems for the administration of training in vocational education and training within a county and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the county government's additional allocations, number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2022-2023 financial year. the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, appointment of members of parliament to the Pan-African Parliament.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to move the motion that pursuant to Article 5 of the Protocol to the Treaty of Establishing the East African Economic Community and relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the Senate approves the appointment of the following members of Parliament to the Pan-African Parliament. 1. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, Senator Danson Vuya Mungatana, MGH MP, the Honorable Rahab Mukami Washira, MP, the Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo, OGW MP, and the Honorable Esther Modoni Pasaris MP. Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward motion, almost equal to a procedural motion, and I would like to spend very little time here because parties have consulted, coalitions have agreed, and recommended these particular members. I want to particularly laud the experience of my younger brother, Senator Danson Mungatana, who I worked with for many years. And in fact, when Mungatana joined Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a little boy in 2002. And he was the apple of the eye of the then Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Michael Kijana Wamalwa. And Wamalwa actually met him, an assistant minister, and Mungatana stood out. He did very well in the office of the Vice President, I remember in 2002, and Mungatana was completely devastated. So I'm hoping that the good lessons that he picked from Michael Kijana Wamalwa, who was an outstanding statesman in this country, I can say similar things about Professor Kamar. Professor Kamar is an outstanding legislator in this country, and we know that she's going to add value. I don't want to belabor this straightforward motion, and I want to request, in the interest of bipartisanship, I want to request my sister Hamida Kibwana to second me. Hamida. You wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without any delay, I second and I support my brother, Senator Khalwale, the two. I think I don't have, seriously, I would be lying to say much about Senator Mungatana and Senator Kamar because we have just met, but the few times or maybe the few months that we have gotten to know one another or engaged, I support 100%. I'm sure they have what it takes to represent us at the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that pursuant to Article 5 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community and relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the Senate approves the appointment of the following members of Parliament to the Pan-African Parliament. Senator Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, MGH MP, the Honorable Rahab Mukami Washira, MP, the Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo, MP, and the Honorable Esther Mudhoni Pasaris, MP. This list has been hanging here for a while. Is there a response to this, or Senator Mazayo Stewart?
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kuwapongeza wale waliochaguliwa kwenda katika lile bunge la Afrika lililoko huko Johannesburg, Afrika Kusini. Bwana Spika, waliochaguliwa hapa, tunaona kwamba nambari ya kwanza ni Senator Professor Margaret Kamar. Nina imani kabisa ya kwamba profesa kazi aliyoifanya akiwa katika kazi zake za umma, alifanya kazi katika chuo kikuu, amekuwa mwalimu, amekuwa na taaluma, na takriban ni kusema kwamba ni mtu ambaye amefuzu katika kazi ambazo amezifanya hapo awali. Kwa hiyo tuko na imani ya kwamba Profesa Margaret Kamara anaweza kuifanya hii kazi ya akituwakilisha sisi katika hilo bunge la Afrika. Wa pili akiongozwa na ndugu yangu Danson Mungatana, pia anao taaluma. Ninavyomuelewa mimi ni wakili mkubwa katika taifa letu la Kenya, na vile vile amekuwa katika hili bunge kwa miaka kadhaa, 10 nafikiri, na hivi sasa ataanza muhula wake wa 3. Sijui kama hiyo ni kweli, lakini nina imani katika rekodi yangu ya akili ni kwamba iko namna hiyo, na kwamba yeye ataweza kufanya ile kazi ama juhudi zake za kuweza kutuwakilisha katika lile bunge la kule Afrika Mashariki, Afrika ya Kusini. La mwisho ni kwamba hawa pia waliochaguliwa hapa, Rahab Mukami na Joseph Kalasinga na Esther Mudhoni Pasaris, wote walio katika hii list, Bwana Spika, nina imani ya kwamba wataweza kutuwakilisha, hususan nikiongea katika hawa wabunge ambao wako hapa, wabunge wetu, nikiwa na imani ya kwamba wataweza kutuwakilisha na kuletea ripoti nzuri. Mimi nilikuwa katika hilo bunge, na ni bunge ambalo liko katika hali ya juu sana, na nina imani ya kwamba baada ya yote haya wataweza kuletea ripoti ya kutueleza yanayojiri ndani ya Afrika. Asante Bwana Spika.
Okay. Senator Mazayo, I allowed you to proceed on, but as you're aware, you cannot mix 2 languages. I don't remember a word list in Swahili, orodha. So, Senator Medhu, you're using the word list. In Swahili, it's orodha.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata mimi nataka nijaribu, kwa sababu kuna masomo tulikuwa nayo juma lililopita tukifundishwa na kiongozi wa walio wachache, Senator Stewart Manzayo, na akaniarifu kwamba kama wewe ndio nikupe jina lako ambalo linakufaa, nikisema Speaker Amason Jeffa Kingi, nitaongeza mzee wa orodha wa moyo wa dhahabu, ambayo ni GH kwa lugha ile nyingine. Na kwanza kabisa nataka niunge hoja ambayo imeletwa na Senator wa Kakamega, Senator Daktari Boni Halwale, Na nikiangalia kwa orodha ile ambayo imeletwa siku ya leo, naona pande zote mbili ama watu wote ambao wamewekwa pale, watu watano, tajriba ni jambo moja ambalo limetiliwa maanani sana na limetiliwa mkazo sana. Nikimwangalia wa kwanza katika orodha ile, Senator Margaret Kamal, amekuwa mbunge, amekuwa seneta, amekuwa naibu ya speaker, amekuwa waziri wa elimu ya juu, amekuwa naibu waziri wa mazingira, na wana tajriba kubwa sana. Nikimwangalia seneta wa Tana River, alipata nafasi ya kuwa mbunge miaka mingi sana iliyopita. Nimekuwa siku nyingi nikimkumbusha wakati akichaguliwa kuwa mbunge mara ya kwanza, mimi nilikuwa mtoto ya darasa la 4. Kwa hivyo yeye amekuja na tajriba kubwa sana, na jambo lile mimi ningetaka niseme kulingana na masomo ambayo tuliyasoma juma lililopita, wameenda pale kwa kutuwakilisha sote sisi. Kwa hivyo tumewatuma kwa lile bunge la Afrika ili nao waende wakasimame kwa niaba yetu. Kwa hivyo watuletee maneno ile ambao watakuwa wamepata ya Jumuiya ya Afrika ama Afrika nzima. Kama vile pia na wewe speaker umekuja hapa, tulikuwa tumekutuma kwa kazi ambayo ni ya kitaifa, ya kimataifa, kazi ya kimataifa, na tumeona umetuwakilisha vizuri sana. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki niseme kuzidi hapo. Nikisema kuzidi hapo unajua nitaharibu kabisa. Nataka nikushukuru sana. Asante.
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that you reserve my comments for the next order. That is why I'd press the request. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gataya, more fire.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Nimekagua orodha hii kwa umakini mwingi zaidi, na nimeona kwamba yale majina yamepeana hapa ni majina ambayo yanaheshimika katika jumba zote mbili. Na Mheshimiwa Speaker, hii ina maana kwamba nikiangalia jina la kwanza jirani yangu, ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Dan Boya Mungatana ni mchapakazi, ameingia katika bunge katika sasa karibu miaka 15 imepita. Kwa hivyo tunatazamia kwamba Mungatana atatoa tajriba ya kutosha na uwakilishi wake utatufaa kama sisi watu ya seneti katika Kenya, hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tukiangalia jina kama la Profesa Margaret Kamal, huyu ni mheshimiwa ambaye amesifika kote nchini. Vile vile tunaona kuna Mheshimiwa Rahabu Mukami, vile vile tunaona kuna Joseph Karasinga Majimbo na Honorable Esther Muloni Pasaris. Haya majina Mheshimiwa Speaker ni majina ambayo yako na uzoefu wa kutosha, na tunajua kwamba watatupatia sifa katika shughuli zao za kuwakilisha sisi kama bunge letu ya Seneti. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, naunga mkono na tunawatakia mema katika hii safari yao ya kuwa katika bunge la Kiafrika. Naunga mkono.
Senator Monteith Batuli Betty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to rise and also support my colleagues in congratulating the members who have been appointed by this Honorable House to go and serve at the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking at the list, it is encouraging to see that the hard-working members of this House have been appointed, people with experience, people we want to look upon as leaders and also as honorable members. I congratulate them and wish them well and say that they go and represent us well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues on behalf of all the 5 of us who have been asked to serve in the Pan-African Parliament for your very kind remarks. Thank you on behalf of both sides of the House, our coalitions that nominated us here. Thank you, Whip, for moving this motion. On behalf of all of us, I say thank you. Mr. Speaker, The Pan-African Parliament came into existence after the Abuja Declaration of 1991 provided for the establishment of that house. It was in the following years, in 2004, that actually this parliament started operating. Mr. Speaker, as we go to take our positions in that place, we will remember that we are there as Pan-African parliamentarians to give platform to the issues and the challenges that are affecting the continent of Africa. Mr. Speaker, right now, we are all ravaged by the effects of climate change. And it's from the north to the south, from the east to the west, the cry is the same. And right now, we know the presidents are meeting in Egypt, and they're discussing the same issues, Mr. Speaker. We will offer a platform where we will discuss issues to do with trade in Africa, within the regional economic communities, the RECs, Mr. Speaker, intra-Africa trade. We will discuss issues to do with trade imbalances affecting trade between Africa and other European countries. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise this House that we will be worthy representatives in the floor of that Pan-Africa Parliament, and we shall keep you updated, informed, yourselves, and you will count us worthy of the faith you have given us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. May I join my colleague, Senator Mungatana, in thanking members of this House and members of the National Assembly for passing this list. I also want to thank the coalitions where we come from and our political parties for nominating us to this position. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2004, I was in the East African Legislative Assembly when the Pan-African Parliament was started. And I remember when I joined the delegation that was led by our own member, Honorable Gangwana, to go and express our support as the East African Legislative Assembly. And I remember when we went there, the voice of Kenya was really required as far as nominations to committees and the Speaker was concerned. Everybody wanted to know what Kenya was saying. I want to agree with Senator Mungatana that we can give an assurance for sure that we will never let you down as a House and we will never let the country down. We know that we are going there at a time when the integration of the African unity is on the table for discussion. About 3 years ago, that was some discussions started in Rwanda by the heads of state that there is need to go towards integrating the continent so that we have an integration, customs union, and monetary union for the continent. I want to assure this House and the country at large that we will be pursuing that government agenda strongly to make sure that we do well. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to also laud the parties for what they did. If you look at this list, for the first time in the history of committees in this House, we have a majority membership that is female. We have, out of the 5 members, we have 3 ladies and 2 males, which means there is a very strong recognition now that we can all operate equally as a House, and I really didn't want that to go unnoticed. Must notice that the National Assembly gave us 2 females and 1 male, and here we are. I want to also assure my colleague as I congratulate him because he is going to be the leader of delegation because this is a committee that is led by the Senate, while the SCPU is led by the National Assembly. I want to give him assurance that we are going to work hard to make sure that this House has, that we have an impact in the African Union. With those remarks, once more, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank members for the support that they have given us. Thank you.
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again for granting me this opportunity to join my colleagues in commenting the nominees to the Pan-African Parliament. Looking through the list of the nominees, the first Honorable Senator Professor Kamar has got a wealth of experience both in the legislative arm of government as well as the executive, because of where she has previously worked from and in. Similarly, from the House, the Honorable Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, my learned senior, has equally a wealth of experience, both as a parliamentarian and also in the executive, for he previously have served in the office of now the current terminology Cabinet Secretary or Deputy Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Speaker, the rest of the team, I believe, as I congratulate them, they will carry the flag of the Parliament of Kenya, the country Kenya, and they will share that which is happening across Africa, across the world, and carry, I would wish to encourage them to carry the flag higher, and also have the experience that this House can share beyond them as the nominees from the House. I, as I conclude, say congratulations and wish them the very best as they serve the people of Kenya in the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to add my voice in congratulating and supporting the honorable members that joined the Pan-African Parliament. I'm so excited that Senator Mungatana mentioned the issue of climate change, and especially now, Honorable Speaker, that as we deal with the issue of climate change, Honorable Speaker, this is a challenge that will be achieved at the regional level. Honorable Speaker, the issue of climate change, as we deal with it, we must also face the issue of climate justice. Honorable Speaker, as we struggle on individual countries dealing with the issue of climate, we should take note that Africa only contributes to less than 4% of global emissions. But here we have the industrialized nations that really contribute to the issue of climate change. Then the regionally, the issue of climate injustice must be addressed in as far as the commitments that the industrialized nations need to make in mitigating the issue of climate change. I support the Pan-African parliamentarians that are getting into the new term, and I pray that you push this agenda as a region rather than having countries fight for it individually. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Beatrice. The Honorable Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to take and my time also to congratulate my colleagues. I'm actually very happy that Senator Professor Kamar, whose mind of experience, together with my brother, Senator Mungatana, are going to represent us. I think
Senator Osoti, what is your point of intervention?
I don't have any point of order. I just want to catch your eye so that you give me an opportunity also.
Very well. Noted, Senator.
Senator Sosi, am I a crowd? I'm blocking you from the speaker. Anyway, I think that it's very critical that I do appreciate my colleagues for getting this opportunity to present us. As we all know, the Pan-African Parliament was formed so that we can be able to, have African people's voices collectively on some of the most pressing emerging issues of our time. And as a young person coming from Kenya and looking at this privilege that you two have together with other colleagues in the lower house, I think that is critical that I also encourage you to look into matters of governance. The African continent today, one of the highest levels of challenges that we have is the concept of democracy. The concept of democracy amidst things like high cost of living, where constantly we see African countries facing issues of democracy as that issue of a peaceful election, such that institutions that anchor democracy are not given power. So long as an election has been done and then we have got a declared result without any kind of conflict or any kind of problems, then it is assumed that then that is democracy. And this is a concept that I think is very critical, because I think that even today as we speak, our country is faced with serious issues of high cost of living. And in such a country, which I don't think is dissimilar with other African countries that are going to meet, when you've got this serious high cost of living and yet democracy is reduced to a simple matter of rubber stamping of leaders in offices, then it becomes a very difficult issue to deal with. So I hope that you can represent some of our voices on how Africa can be able to invest more in strengthening institutions of democratic institutions in the restored country that are going to meet with. Otherwise, we wish you well, and we look forward to giving you the support that you need as you engage with our colleague countries, our colleague legislatures from other countries that are going to meet. Thank you so much.
Senator Karungo Thangwa Paul.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Unajua nilikuwa namtizama rafiki yangu Mungatana wakati sisi tulikuwa tupigania kuwa mwenyekiti wa makamati. Yeye alikuwa ametulia vilivyo. Siku anajua mahali anaelekea. Kwa hivyo sijui wahenga wa kisasa wanaweza sema ukiona vya kimya basi jua vya tarajia. Bwana Spika, yangu ni kuwashukuru wale ambao wameteuliwa kusimamia Kenya katika bunge hili la Kiafrika. Na kama Senator Kamar, Professor Kamar amesema, katika bunge hili la Kiafrika wamesema kila nchi husika inateua wabunge 5. Na pale wanaelekeza kusema kwa uchache mno mmoja awe mwanamke. Kwa uchache ama agalao mmoja awe mwanamke. Lakini Kenya imeonelea kwamba tutapeleka wanawake zaidi hata kuliko wanaume. Hiyo ni kuonyesha nchi hii yetu ya Kenya inatilia maanani uongozi wa wanawake. Kwa hivyo kama bunge la Kiafrika lasema tu kwa uchache mno leta mmoja, sisi tumepeleka 3. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka kuwashukuru wakifika pale wasimamie Kenya vilivyo. Ndio angalau nchi zingine zione kweli wanawake wakipata nafasi uongozo ni ule ule. Bwana Spika, walioteuliwa Seneta Mungatana, Seneta Kamar na wengine wako na uzoefu wa kazi hii, sababu wamekuwa wakihusika sio tu kwa kutunga sheria, pia wamekuwa wakihusika katika mwongozo wa serikali kwa upande wa executive. Kwa hivyo wakifika pale, najua watakuwa na uwezo mkuu wa kuwakilisha Kenya kwa upande wa kutunga sheria na upande huo mwingine sijui tuwahitaji kwa Kiswahili huo wa executive. Kwa hivyo asante sana, na mimi naunga mkono mjadala huu na tutapitisha. Asante.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. Osotsi, now I've got you, so take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also join my colleagues to support this motion and say that the senators who have been selected are up to the task, and we are very sure that they are going to deliver. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also raise some concerns about Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, even as we have sent our very best to represent us, I am very concerned about the visibility of this Pan-African Parliament. We don't feel it, Mr. Speaker. We don't feel it at all. And Mr. Speaker, we know that in the next few days, we are also going to elect members to IALA. That is another parliament that we are not feeling it. We are putting money there. They are giving us reports. But a common mwananchi there in Vihiga and Kakamega, or wherever in the country, is not able to feel what these people do. And the same applies to Pan-African Parliament. So we hope that our very best members that we have sent to represent us are going to make the difference and make Africans feel that they have a parliament that is able to represent them at the continental level. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that this particular parliament is supposed to basically oversee the AU policies and programs, and also participate in budget making for AU. That is one area that we are also saying we are not able to feel what this parliament is doing, because AU is not making progress, major progress that we see other integration forums globally doing, and we have a lot of challenges. If you look at the functions of this particular parliament, one of it is to promote human rights. We do not have human rights in most African countries. Congo here and many other countries in West Africa. We see serious violation of human rights. So this parliament exists to ensure that the problems of Africa, especially economic problems and integration problems, are resolved. And you are aware, Mr. Speaker, there are so many treaties that AU has passed, and those treaties remain unimplemented. I remember we passed a treaty on single African air transport. That treaty is largely unimplemented. There is no reason why, if I want to travel to another African country, I have to go to Europe to connect from Europe to that African country. Then it means we are not serious as Africans. So I want to urge the members who are going to represent us to make the difference and make this a serious parliament to represent Africa, and not just a talking shop which generates reports, and those reports, when they come here, they are tabled and nothing happens. For those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Senator Osotsi. Senator Asige Kagehi Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also support this motion and to congratulate the names that have been tabled on this list to join the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have a special excitement to see Professor Kamar's name on this list. I lovingly call her my godmother because of the support and encouragement that she gives me as I execute this role. And of course, because she was one of the senators that presented me into chambers the day I made my oath. Mr. Speaker, Africa is known to be a continent that largely has young people, and reports show that most of our population in Africa is part of the youth. Reports also show that there are about 80 million people with disabilities living in Africa. I would like to sincerely pray that in the near future, hopefully, these kinds of lists going forward in committees that are being considered also put into consideration that they should not only have wording or language that says one shall be a woman, but also that one shall be a member of the youth and one shall be a person with disabilities, so that these committees that are representing us as Africans can holistically and completely represent us and how the future of Africans really does look like. But other than that, I am very happy and congratulate everyone on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crystal. Senator Onyonga Richard.
Asante ndugu Spika kwa kunipa nafasi leo nizungumze hapa, kwa sababu ni muda mrefu sana kuzungumzia ndugu zangu ambao nimefanya kazi nao. Mheshimiwa Mungatana tulikuwa naye serikalini mbeleni tukiwa wachanga sana. Ni jamaa ambaye tunamheshimu na ninafikiria kuwa wakati ataenda kule kwa bunge la Afrika Kusini, kazi yake itakuwa nzuri kama mwenye chama wa timu ambayo inaenda pale kwenda kushughulikia maneno la bunge la Afrika kutoka nchi ya Kenya. Mama Senator Professor Kamar ambaye ni mama tunamheshimu. Mimi nina historia naye kwa sababu ndugu Spika, unajua nimekaa hapa bunge zaidi ya miaka 20 na kwa hivyo nimeona vile ilikuwa kwa kiti cha uspika na kazi yake yenye heshima na vile tunavyomheshimu. Ndugu yangu watatu ni jamaa anaitwa Kalasinga. Kalasinga, Mheshimiwa Boni Halwale unamjua. Wakati uliopita miaka 5 iliyopita mimi nilikuwa naibu wa party leader wa chama cha Ford Kenya, na Kalasinga nakumbuka nikienda kule Bungoma kwenda kumfanyia kampeni. Na ni shukrani sana kuona kuwa amerudi bungeni kwa sababu nilikuwa sijajua. Na tena amepewa nafasi hii kwa sababu yeye ni mchanga. Hajakaa bunge miaka mingi na ameanza kujizoesha, kwa hivyo itakuwa ni elimu nzuri kwake kisiasa kwenda kule nje kutetea masuala ya Afrika. Na wale wote ndugu zetu ambao wameenda kutuwakilisha, tungependa kuwasihi hivi. Afrika yetu ina mambo mengi, lakini Afrika ni bara ambalo lina uwezo. Wa Afrika ni watu ambao wanafanya kazi kwa ugumu. Hapa tuna rasilimali za kutosha. Na ningependa Mheshimiwa Mungatana na Mheshimiwa Kamar mkiwa pale, jaribu kuuliza wenzetu wa Afrika ni nini haswa kwetu sisi. Hata ukiona tuna rasilimali chungu nzima, ukiona tuna mafuta, tuna dhahabu, tuna kopa, tuna kila kitu. Lakini kila wakati Afrika bara letu lina changamoto nyingi kila wakati. Tunauliza Mwenyezi Mungu asindikishe vizuri, mwende pale mkafanya kazi nzuri. Mnajua bendera ya Kenya inapaa sana. Mheshimiwa Mgatana, unajua wakati mmoja nilikuwa naibu wa waziri wa mashauri ya nchi za kigeni wa nchi ya Kenya. Tukiwa pale, Mkenya akizungumza unapata Waafrika wengi wanasema haya mambo nyinyi mnajua namna gani. Tunamwambia ni kwa sababu tumesoma vizuri na tuna mwelekeo fulani wa kisiasa na kiuchumi. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuwasihi mjitahidi muhakikishe bendera yetu imeendelea kupaa vizuri na mtuletee matunda ambayo itaweza kuonyesha kuwa Kenya ni nchi ambayo inaendelea vizuri, tuna amani na demokrasia, na pia nyinyi sasa mtaenda kutu represent, mtaenda kufanyia kazi wa Kenya wote, na mkiwa pale msije mkaanza tena kusema huyu sasa sijui chama chake ni gani nini. Sasa nyinyi ni wa Kenya na mimi nasema muende mfanye kazi nzuri. Ndugu Spika, ningependa kusema kuwa huu mswada upite kwa sababu haya majina ni ya heshima na hawa ni viongozi ambao tunawaheshimu sana. Asante ndugu Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Senator Wanyonka. Kwa lugha ya Kiswahili represent inasema kuwakilisha. Asante sana. Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion, and the names which are here, all of them are capable. They are representing us properly. When others has been said, but when it comes to when I see Mungatana, I also feel appreciated that pastoralist also is represented there, and is capable. And Madam Khamara, also Professor Khamara Pia, she's capable of the same. And thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator. Noting that there are no more members who wish to give their interventions on this, I invite the mover to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every time I sit in this house, I can't help but be impressed. Ordinarily, in the many years we have been in this parliament, a motion like this usually attracts little or no interest. But when you look at the contribution, you look at the contributors, you look at the mix, it's very exciting. The motion has attracted 15 distinguished contributions from our senators, amongst whom there are 6 contributions from our women senators, and 1 contribution, powerful contribution from the VIP, visually impaired Crystal Asige. I continue discouraging her from using the word VIP because I'm VVIP. So are you sure you are that close to me, VIP? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of you, the 15 of you, for supporting this very important motion. And I'm sure that Professor Kamar, Senator Mungatana, our colleagues from the other house, when they go to Midrand in South Africa and they sit in the house, whose president is His Excellency Fortune Kiraru Mbira, who I was pleased to watch yesterday when he was addressing the heads of states in Egypt. He'll be impressed and he'll know that Kenya is a country of educated people, people who speak fat English from London. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our colleagues who are going to represent us that you must rise and ensure that the Pan-African Parliament is truly the seat for acceleration of human capital, social and economic development. And this will be represented this time, this development, social especially, if you come out strongly and speak to the important issue of climate change. Climate change is so serious, and as Hamida has captured, the negative contribution by African countries to climate change is actually negligible. The people who actually pollute the globe are the first world countries, and they are very busy actually planting trees. Brazil, Central Europe, Canada have the best forest cover. We should learn from those best practices. In fact, I expect that sometime going forward, the Pan-African Parliament should decree and pass a motion that the developed countries that contribute to negative climate change should afford African women access to free cooking gas. Perhaps because that is the only entry point by the women living around the Mau and the women living around the Kakamega forest when they go in to look for dry twigs to cook for their families. So these people who are polluting the world should actually give these women free access to LPG for cooking. Secondly, I would like to urge our colleagues to raise your voices in the Pan-African Parliament on the unacceptable state of conflict and war in the world, with special reference to the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is totally unacceptable, and therefore the Pan-African Parliament should lead the African government in demanding for a faster settlement of that conflict. With those many remarks, I thank you and I move.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 84.1, I determine that this motion does not affect counties, and therefore all senators are eligible to vote. And Honorable Senators, I therefore now put the question that pursuant to Article 5 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community and relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the Senate approves the appointment of the following members of Parliament to the Pan-African Parliament. 1. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP. 2. Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, MGH MP. 3. The Honorable Rahab Mukami Wachira MP. 4. The Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo OGW MP. And lastly, 5th, the Honorable Esther Mudhoni Pasaris MP. May those of honorable members, may as many of those who vote yes say aye. Aye. May as many of those of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, promotion of mental health facilities for mothers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Promotion of mental health facilities for mothers. that Mr. Speaker, that we are aware that according to the World Health Organization, globally 10% of pregnant women...
Senator Mida, approach the table, please.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, according to the World Health Organization, globally 10% of pregnant women and 13% of women who have just given birth experience a mental condition, referred to as perinatal depression, which is higher in developing countries, with 15.6% during pregnancy and 19.8% after childbirth. Further aware, Mr. Speaker, that women who go through stillbirth and those that lose their children during delivery are taken to the general maternity ward, where other mothers with healthy babies are recovering, causing them mental anguish and adversely impacting their mental health. Noting that integrating mental health care into primary health settings requires training in psychiatric care and providing consulting support to primary care providers, considering that there are not enough mental health care providers to meet the current and growing need for mental health services. Mr. Speaker, appreciating that the Health Act under Section 6.1 provides that every person has a right to reproductive health care, which includes the rights of access to appropriate health care services that will enable mothers go safely through pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, which should include the integration of mental health in perinatal care, as recommended by the National Mental Health Task Force in its mental health and well-being towards happiness and national prosperity report. Now thereof, the Senate urges the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the Council of Governors to ensure that all county health facilities with maternity wings allocate a separate ward for recovery for the mothers who have gone through stillbirth or those that have lost their babies during delivery. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate continuous mental health training and the provision of counseling support in the perinatal wards for all primary care providers in all counties. Number 3, establish counseling facilities to all county health facilities with maternity wings to provide counseling therapy to mothers who lose their children through a miscarriage, during delivery, or through stillbirth. And the last is establish counseling facilities to all county health facilities with maternity wings to provide counseling therapy to mothers who are suffering from perinatal and postpartum depression. Mr. Speaker, I think this was just, my motion is self-explanatory, because the mothers have suffered a lot in terms of mental health. In Article 43A, 1A of the Constitution provides every person who has the right to the highest attained standard of health. Poor mental health in this country, Mr. Speaker, has been a silent problem. It is devastating to see a mother who has given birth to a stillbirth or has had a miscarriage, and maybe after stillbirth the baby has died, and you're put in the same room with a mother who has given birth. So you can imagine This mother is actually breastfeeding, and the other one has lost a baby. It is unfortunate that we don't have separate facilities for such mothers. In Kenya, Mr. Speaker, we have about 1 to 5 female adolescents between 15 and 18 who fall pregnant. Where do they go? They suffer that kind of depression. They go through, they have to fight with families, community, you know, and people judge them. And so at least we need a separate facility to where the young mothers can be counseled. Mr. Speaker, women also go through rape and you get pregnant. And even in marriages, you can get pregnant out of marriage. I mean, you can get raped out of marriage and you get pregnant. Where do these women go to, Mr. Speaker? They have to be counseled. And it is very sad that our facilities, we only have the maternity wing and only takes care of those mothers. But we definitely need a devolved kind of course, system now that health is devolved, to have such structures, separate wings for mothers, for young mothers, for raped mothers, for mothers suffering postnatal depression and postpartum depression. Mr. Speaker, as women, after childbirth, some of them lose their heads. They go, you know, they're regarded as mental cases. Where do they go? Unfortunately, they're taken to Mathare Hospital or other mental hospitals. But if we had such facilities, they will be taken through counseling, you know, just to massage their depression. So these facilities are quite needy. It's long overdue. And also, Kenya has fewer specialist health workers serving as counselors, you know, to support. And you can imagine, we are, for example, in Nairobi, we're about 400, is it 4 million, sorry. And in Kenya, for about 40 million. So if you have about only 500 specialists in this field, that means even if the facilities are open, we'll not have enough, you know, caregivers to support, or health workers. So even this one, we need that support to also train health workers or counselors to support our women. Then also we lack national programs for pre and postnatal depressions. We need to have capacity building to ensure that at least people are knowledgeable in terms of how to support such women and other mental disorders. And also we have low public awareness on this issue. I'm sure some of you are getting to know such today, but women have really suffered. So what we are saying is let us also create awareness on such issues. Mr. Speaker, there's really an urgent need for appropriate interventions to improve communication also on such, you know, facilities. So what we are saying is, for every county, can we have separate, you know, structure, separate entity? This is just about a ward or two, you know, just to have these facilities to take through to support our women who suffer such, you know, depression. So my humble motion is to actually request, just to ensure that all mental wings, maternity wings are located separate ward for mothers with special needs. And also, to facilitate continuous training and capacity building for health workers. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, because it's quite open, it's self-explanatory, I wish to implore my honorable senators to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I call Honorable Sifuna, because this also involves his Nairobi County as a senator, to support, and I'm sure other colleagues are going to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sifuna.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, to second this motion. That in fact, Mr. Speaker, this entire question of access to health care in this country is a very big debate that we must have as this House, because the issues that are involved are quite wide-ranging. Sometimes when people rise to propose that we extend certain, facilities in order to accommodate other things that are ancillary to the main services that are provided at a hospital, it is very tempting for many people to just say, but we don't even have the maternity wards. We don't even have enough beds in these hospitals. What is our priority? But I believe that this is a very timely motion, Mr. Speaker, because it is something that is affecting very, very many women, Mr. Speaker. Just a cursory search of what prenatal and postpartum depression are, Mr. Speaker, will show you that it actually happens and affects both sexes. And one of the easiest examples, Mr. Speaker, is a matter that is actually live before the Senate Committee on Health. Mr. Speaker, you imagine a young father who takes his wife in for delivery at a county hospital like Mama Lucy, which is a matter that we're looking into right now, is blessed with 2 bouncing baby children, but then the mother dies under very, very painful and traumatizing circumstances, Mr. Speaker. I honestly believe that that young man, Robert, the wife of the husband to Maureen Anyango, who died at Mama Lucy, is in very, very deep depression, because he appeared before that committee, and I was there. That is a man who's actually broken, Mr. Speaker. I would not wish any person to go through what that young man has gone through. The stories you hear of those delivery, rooms in some of our hospitals are quite horrific, even just being there as a human being. Even if you live in good health and with your children in good health, the things that you see there you cannot unsee, Mr. Speaker. And I'll try and paint a picture for you. Just for instance, we were told that out of the hospital capacity, the bed capacity at Mama Lucy, to accommodate only 56 women, we have 150 women sharing those 56 beds in the maternity wing. I'm telling you, even from just a position of hygiene, I don't think that any one of us want to find ourselves in a situation where there is 3 of you to a bed and you are in the way of labor. I mean, really, Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves, what is the mental toll that being in such circumstances takes or has on the mind of a human being? So, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this problem holistically. We do understand that we have problems in our facilities. We have been told horror stories, including that of the 128 women there at Mama Lucy who were to give birth, they had only 1 nurse attending to them. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that something as beautiful as childbirth should result in the sort of trauma that we are seeing resulting to the people who actually seek these services. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would actually expand my colleague senator's motion to include even counseling for the fathers, because of the examples that I've given you that people have been through. I know that in certain cultures, not ours, Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale, The conditions are so conducive, Mr. Speaker, that even the fathers are allowed in to witness and welcome their own children. But I don't think that is an invitation myself or Khalwale will ever take up, given the circumstances of our Kenyan hospitals, Mr. Speaker, because it will leave some of us scarred for life. I don't know how much of counseling we would require to be able to come back to our, normal selves. So, Mr. Speaker, without wasting too much time, I think this is timely. This is not an imagined problem. It is a real problem. We do have capacity challenges in our hospitals. While we address those capacity challenges, I do believe that we need to have these counseling services available for mothers who go through this trauma, and even for fathers, such as Robert, who lost his wife, his dear wife, in the process of just, getting their children. So, Mr. Speaker, those few remarks, I rise to support and second the motion. I thank you.
Members, that aware that according to the World Health Organization globally, 10% of pregnant women and 13% of women who have just given birth experience a mental condition referred to as perinatal depression, which is higher in developing countries with 15.6% during pregnancy and 19.8% after childbirth. Further aware that women who go through stillbirth and those that lose their children during delivery are taken to the general maternity ward where other mothers with healthy babies are recovering, causing them mental anguish and adversely impacting their mental health. Noting that integrating mental health care into primary health care settings requires training in psychiatric care and providing consulting support to primary care providers, considering that there are not enough mental health care providers to meet the current and growing need for mental health services. Appreciating that the Health Act under Section 6(1)(b) provides that every person has a right to reproductive health care, which includes the right of access to appropriate health care services that will enable mothers to go safely through pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period, which should include the integration of mental health in perinatal care as recommended by the National Mental Health Task Force in its Mental Health and Well-Being Towards Happiness and National Prosperity Report. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, to 1. Ensure that all county health facilities with maternity wings allocate a separate ward for recovery for the mothers who have gone through stillbirth or those that have lost their babies during delivery. 2. Facilitate continuous mental health training and the provision of counseling support in the perinatal wards for all primary care providers in all counties. 3. Establish counseling facilities at all county health facilities with maternity wings to provide counseling therapy to mothers who lose their children through a miscarriage during delivery or through stillbirth. And 4. Establish counseling facilities at all county health facilities with maternity wings to provide counseling therapy to mothers who are suffering from perinatal and postpartum depression. Honorable Senators, I invite you to contribute to the motion. Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Kisii, your intervention kindly.
Naonekana mtandao hapa una shida. Asante ndugu Spika. Kwanza ningependa kutoa shukrani zangu kwa mwenzangu Senator Mama Hamida Kibwana. Ni heshima sana kwa kuleta huu mswada hapa katika hili jumba la Seneti, kwa sababu masuala, ndugu Spika, kuhusu afya ya kiakili ni masuala ambayo sisi kama viongozi na hata wale ambao ni madaktari kama ndugu yangu Dr. Halwale hatujatoa umuhimu hatujalichambua hili jambo kuhusu ni nini haswa kinachomuumiza mama akishapata mtoto kama amezaa. Na baada hapo sana ukiangalia runinga ama ukaangalia kwa magazeti, wakati mwingine unaona kuwa mama fulani baada ya kupata mtoto mmoja ama wawili alienda akawaua watoto wake, na hapo nasikia Wakenya wakisema sasa huyo alikuwa wazimu, sijui alikuwa na shida gani. Ndugu Spika, shida ni kuwa hatujaona umuhimu wa afya ya kiakili, na ingekuwa vizuri kama vile huu mswada unavyosema turudi kwa mashinani, tuanze kujiuliza ni nini ambacho kimefanya Wakenya wengi kuwa na hii shida ya kiakili. Na ningependa ndugu Spika kumuuliza dadangu Senator Mama Hamida Kibwana kuwa tungependa kuongezea huu mswada wako ili ujihusishe na maneno ya kielimu. Lazima turudi kwa mashule yetu. Shida ya elimu ya afya kiakili unafanya wanafunzi wengine hivi karibuni wameingia kukunywa pombe nyingi, wameingia kukunywa madawa ya kulevya, wameingia kwa vita vya kijinsia, hata kwa familia kwenyewe, ndugu Spika. Kwa hivyo huu ni mswada ambao nadhani kuwa magavana na MCA kule nyumbani mashinani wangependa kuanza kuliangalia hili jambo ili tuanze kutafuta suluhu kwa haya mambo ambayo yanasumbua wananchi wengi wa Kenya kiakili. Jambo la pili ningependa kusema ndugu Spika ni kuwa hapa najua ule uoga ambao mswada kama huu ukija kwa hili jumba, uoga ni kuwa hatuna wafanyikazi wa kutosha. Serikali za kaunti hazina pesa ambazo tunaweza kulipa hawa wafanyikazi ili waende kuwatibu hawa ambao wana shida hizi. Lakini ndugu Spika, Kenya hii sidhani shida yetu sana ni pesa. Shida yetu sana Kenya ni kuchunga na kuhakikisha kwa zile pesa ndogo ambazo tunazo tunaweza kuwa na ugavi sawa, na tuhakikishe kuwa hizo pesa zimefikia wananchi wote na ziende kwa kila kaunti, na tuhakikishe kuwa wale matibabu ambao wanasaidia wananchi wetu wajikakamue na kuhakikisha kuwa hili jambo tuliingia na tukajaribu kulisuluhisha. Ni swala nyeti na mimi nasema kuwa naliunga mkono kabisa ndugu Spika, na wakati ambako huu mswada utakapofika hapa kwa jumba hili ambako tunalijadilia yale mengine ambayo tutaongezea juu yake, nadhani tutamuuliza Mheshimiwa Kibwana atuelezee vile angefikiria, na mimi natoa shukrani zangu sana kwa kufikiria hili jambo. Asante ndugu Spika.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Wanyonka. Senator Halwale Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just like my brother Onyonka who has come before me, I have a lot of good thoughts and words for Senator Hamida. I assume this is your first motion and you chose a good one. A good one because it is a practical issue. The level of mental poor health amongst pregnant mothers, mothers who are giving birth, mothers who have just given birth is amazing. There are many. And the reason for this is that getting pregnant is very stressful. Being pregnant is very stressful. When it is accompanied with abortion, it is even more stressful. The actual process of giving birth is very stressful. The bills that being in hospital, the bills that that process attracts causes a lot of stress. Death of babies in hospital from these mothers causes a lot of stress. Lack of food in the maternity when they are delivering is very stressful. And don't you get me wrong, we have mothers in the hospital today in the drought-stricken areas who have not eaten for the last 5 days and they're in hospital waiting to give birth because there is no food. We have cases, Mr. Speaker, sir, where my nurses, I would come and I find they have contributed money to buy a loaf of bread and a bottle of Fanta for a pregnant woman because she has nothing to eat. That woman naturally is under a lot of stress and she's just about to tip into mental illness. Mr. Speaker, lack of beds. A pregnant woman to share a bed, as Senator Sifuna has said, at the Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital, 150 women for 56 beds. That is equal to an average of 3 women per bed, all of them pregnant. He fell short of, because he doesn't know of what is happening in the actual labor ward. Probably if you go to that hospital, you'll find they have got 3 delivery beds. And if we have got 150 women wanting to deliver, it means that at any one time, they have probably 15 or more women inside the actual labor ward competing for this bed. Mr. Speaker, shortage of nurses. When I was working at Pumwani Hospital as a student of the medical school attached there, I remember you would go to the ward and you find 5 women. The babies are popping out at the same time. And the nurse on duty is 1. So she has to decide, of these 5, who amongst them will she go to receive the baby. The women will push, all right, African women, very strong. And you can imagine some of those babies would then just hit the concrete floor. The mother automatically loses her head to see her baby hitting the floor. And it doesn't help that the majority of the deliveries, babies come with head first. So when the child pops out at the speed of a boda motorbike, it hits the concrete floor with the head first. Worse off, Mr. Speaker, is the shortage of doctors. I have gone through experiences whereby I go to the ward and I make a diagnosis, Mr. Speaker, that these 3 women, 1, 2, 3, they all require emergency cesarean section, assisted surgical delivery. And if you don't operate, probably in the next 30 minutes, it means the baby might die and in the process endanger the mother. But what happens? You are the only surgeon in the hospital and you have 3. So you have to then close your eyes and pick one of them to be the first. I used to remember what we used to be taught in primary school. Little children were playing around, the tip top. Here I go. If I miss, I get this. So where my finger rests last is the woman I pick. By the time you are through with the cesarean section, you come to the ward, probably you will save the second child if you are lucky. The 3rd one must be dead. So the mothers actually lose their heads. I therefore want to congratulate you, and I think as this motion goes on, we will eventually drive it into a bill. We want to think a bit wider, much broader, so that it applies to all these situations. Majority of the women you see going to procure abortion is because they have lost their heads. When momentarily they lose their head because she hates the boyfriend, or the boyfriend has been insulting her on WhatsApp, and so on, she has lost her head. Ordinarily, she would not have attempted to procure an abortion, but they do it backstreet because they are no longer in their senses. Mr. Speaker, as I support this motion, I want to share these 2 little experiences. No, 1 little experience with the female senators for you to capture that this is not a problem of poor people. It is not a problem of people who are not properly educated. My own story. My wife went to hospital we were expecting twins. They were mismanaged. We got one of the girls, the other one died. Now, when she got pregnant again and she was having twins, the time for her to be admitted arrived. And happily, I started organizing, twende kwa gari, let's go to hospital. And sorry for using Kiswahili. Let's rush into the car so that we go to hospital. She didn't want to leave the house. Let us go. She didn't want to leave. Let us go. Then she told me, I'm not going. So what is it? And she told me I will not go because my child died there. I don't want another one to die. It was a twin like this one, so this one will follow. So you know what I did? I did the next, and not many people have that kind of luxury. So I conducted the delivery in my own house because I have the tools. So this is an educated woman in a fairly reasonable family like mine, but she refused because she had lost her mind. She was mad. If I had done anything else, it would have gone for worse. So these people require a lot of support. And I really support you. I'll work with you this bill if it takes 6 months, 9 months, until we do a proper grafting of the law for it to achieve the intended success. With those many remarks and the encouraging story and discouraging story about my bad habits, I support.
Honorable Dr. Halwale, in the course of your contribution, did you also want to remind the House of the Piki Piki Ponki story in the Supreme Court when you're making a choice between the two? Thank you very much. Honorable Kamar Jepkoech Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is nice to contribute after a medical doctor who delivered his own twins. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the promotion of mental health facilities for mothers. And as I support, I would like to congratulate Senator Hamida Kebwana for her first motion that is really extremely important. Mr. Speaker, in this House, in the last Senate, we discussed mental health, a bill that was driven by Senator Kasanga very successfully, but this one has teased out just a little of the one sector, that is the women. Mr. Speaker, this motion is extremely important because mothers raise nations, mothers raise presidents, mothers raise kings, engineers, teachers, and you don't know the one you have lost. Whether you have lost one who was supposed to be a medical doctor like Senator Alwale. But, Mr. Speaker, as articulated in this motion, there is nothing more painful than losing a baby. And worse still, you are taken to stay in a ward where babies are crying. This is one aspect of this motion that I really, truly appreciate. I know most of us have been involved, either affected or they have suffered this. But, Mr. Speaker, when you come across a mother who has lost a baby, sometimes the mother doesn't want to talk to anybody, let alone them being told to heal where there are babies. It is extremely painful for them. It reminds them that they should be having a baby. I remember going to see one, and she said, you know, my baby was so big, bigger than that one. And you can see they are really reliving the fact that this one of theirs should have lived. I've come across one who has said, I have no idea what to do. Am I going to bury this baby, or what is going to happen? Mr. Speaker, when we lose people, grown-ups, the mourning is done by very many people. So it becomes later. Because there are a lot of people who will be mourning, brothers will be there, family will be there. But when a mother loses a baby, she's alone, maybe with her husband and the other children, And it is not something that attracts a crowd. So this mother carries the burden for a very long time. And that is why they really easily slide into this depression, postnatal depression. It's a very common thing, but it is something that has been ignored for many years. That's why I appreciate my sister for coming up with this motion. Because sometimes nobody even notices that somebody is under depression until you realize that the person is not talking, the person is not communicating with anybody, because the assumption is that she has lost the baby, she has come home without the baby, so she should be okay. She cannot be okay. Carrying a baby for 9 months, you cannot be okay when you don't go home with the baby. So this is a very, very important thing. Mr. Speaker, I like the resolutions that Senate will make out of this motion. The resolutions have been very nicely articulated, that we must ensure that in every health facility, we have a wing, a separate wing for mothers who have lost babies to recover. They need to come to terms with the fact that they have lost a baby. So they cannot recover when they are sitting next to a mother who has a baby. No wonder sometimes we hear, Mr. Speaker, that babies get lost in Bumwani. Some of the babies are actually stolen by mothers who have lost babies. Some go home and they're mentally tortured and they still believe that their babies could be in Bumwani. And they go in, and if they get somebody who can steal a baby for them, they will go for it. Because even stealing a baby by a mother is not normal. It is not normal for a mother to feel like they should steal somebody else's baby. It is mental. And it is because they have already suffered that mental depression to the extent that if I'm going back to that same maternity, I must come out with a baby. And they will pay anything to get a baby it doesn't matter whose baby it is. So this resolution that we must ensure that in our county facilities, we have separate places is a very, very important one. In any case, we have this word. What we must also push our governors to do is to give sufficient number of wards. Surely, 60 years after independence and people are sharing beds in a hospital, in a dispensary, in a health center, is very unhealthy for a nation. We cannot talk proudly as a nation that we have developed, and yet mothers are still sharing beds. For a mother, first who has just delivered, to share a bed, it means they cannot even turn in the same bed. It's a very painful situation. So I really support that this is extremely important. So, Speaker, it's also important that our governors increase the number of facilities with maternities. How I wish every health center had a maternity wing, every health center. Because there are people who have lost their babies going to hospital. Why? Because the roads are not passable. Some have delivered on the road. These are things that are very unhealthy for a nation that has been independent for the length that Kenya has been independent, Mr. Speaker. So even as we are looking for facilities, we are looking for facilities to be allocated, separate wards to be allocated. It's very important that every health facility actually has a maternity wing, because these are well mothers. Of course, when we talk of staffing, we know health is the most important devolved function. And under devolution, we are the ones who oversee it. It is time that there's a Senate. It's time that we set standards in our health sector. We need to know exactly what is required for our people. Because you cannot have a location with over 20,000 people and you have a dispensary that has only one delivery bed and has only 3 beds in the maternity wing. It doesn't help us. It doesn't take us move us forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very delighted that Senator Kebwana has quickly brought this forward so that we use this as the first dialogue between ourselves and our Council of Governors. How I wish that the Committee of Health will pick on this one and even discuss it further. As Senator Alwale has said, it is something that can actually be developed into a law at a certain point, because it is time that we even discussed other things, including maternity leave, how long maternity leave should be, because mothers are not giving birth to children just for themselves. They are giving birth to Kenyans. And we must take care of a mother knowing that they are the ones who are actually raising members of this society called Kenya. So it is very important that we support mothers and we take care of them. So I think soon we should be then looking at the law to see how we can make it much easier, simpler, and more comfortable for mothers to not only deliver, but to also raise their children in a very good environment. Instead of rushing a mother and saying, after 60 calendar days, you come back to work. And then we had passed another one in the 10th Parliament that we need to have a crash in every government office. How many offices do we have now? How many offices have a crash? If you have your baby, it is like it's up to you because you got the baby. And yet we know that when it comes to other development agendas, demography, we will be telling ourselves we need more Kenyans. These mothers are very important, Mr. Speaker, and we need to take care of them. More so, these victims of child loss. I thank my sister, Senator Hamida, and I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Professor Kamar, for your very rich contribution. I am very sure the Pan-African Parliament you are headed to shall equally benefit from that wealth of experience. Senator Orwoba Magoma Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy that this motion has been fronted by Senator Hamida, simply because for a very long time, mental health has actually been treated as a by the way, and particularly to mothers who have just given birth. We know that there are so many forms of mental health situations that young mothers get into. We have heard of post-maternal stress disorder. And I want to say that even as we are looking at all the other devolved elements of health, where we have the healthcare workers in the communities, we also have to look into ways to sensitize the healthcare workers to be able to assess that, you know, once our young mothers and also those who have given birth, you know, they should be able to get some level of training in terms of, you know, how to assess that this person is actually not going through some sort of, you know, mental health challenges after having given birth. On the issue of ensuring that under the Health Act, under Section 6, that every person has a right to reproductive health care. You know, it's very sad when you go to some of these government institutions, particularly the maternity ones, where we have seen incidences of women giving birth on floors, at the entrances, in corridors. We've seen incidences of basic things that when you're going to give birth, you're told to come with cotton wool, come with this, come with that. You're literally the only thing that the hospital or the healthcare facility is providing is that expertise from the midwife. And it's very sad because sometimes, you know, we are basically saying that it is up to you for you to ensure that you get a delivery that is, you know, healthy, that is also, you know, because when we are telling you come with cotton wool, we are not telling you the standards. When we are telling you come with razors, we are not telling you. So you are left to your own devices. And I think it's time that when we are looking at issues of women and particularly of mothers and this issue of maternity, we should consider that it is not only in the urban centers where we have mental health illnesses. So we need to find a way also down to the grassroots, huko mashinani, down to the grassroots where, sorry, Mr. Speaker, where we have healthcare workers, where we have midwives who don't necessarily perform, those delivery duties in a facility. How can government actually come in and say, let us support it in this form? So, thank you, Senator Hamida. I support this motion, and the only thing I think we should think of how to extend the same kind of concern on the grassroots level and not only in the urban areas where we have the healthcare facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Orwoba. Senator Asige Crystal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion on mental health facilities for pregnant women, and I thank, along with other senators, Senator Kibwana for bringing this to the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing as well to articulate the perspectives of women and girls with disabilities in this same matter. And I hope that Senator Kibwana will consider this when she articulates, as well as other senators, the resolutions that will come about in this motion. Women and girls with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, commonly experience mental health disorders, high levels of stress, anxiety, depression when giving birth. We also experience cruel levels of inaccessibility and discrimination by the facilities and the health workers who are put in place to assist us during this time. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we don't have many women with disabilities in Parliament, but I know of many women who have given birth to children with disabilities across Senate and National Assembly. And I also want to voice their issues on this matter. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important that we have mental health facilities afforded to women who are facing or going through stillbirths, going through miscarriages, but also women who are giving birth to children with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, there is no handbook, there is no leaflet, there is no course that helps a woman to understand how to now raise this young child with a disability. Compounded with all the other issues that have been spoken about here on this motion, now imagine if that child has a disability that you have no idea, first of all, what it might be. The medical practitioners are trying to figure it out for themselves, and you are left with or without a partner to handle this, this news of your child who you are hoping to be healthy and happy for the rest of their lives, now having to start off with a disability. Mr. Speaker, that is a mental health issue that isn't discussed, and I hope that this motion will have resolutions that also address these women. Mr. Speaker, these women across Senate and National Assembly and in Kenya, sometimes, or mostly, shall I say, do not come out to admit that they have children with disabilities, and to admit that they are struggling, and to admit that they honestly need a lot of help, far more support, mental help as well, in raising this child or raising these children, because not just only of accepting the shock that comes about, but also having to mitigate and manage the community around them that stigmatizes them, that throws them away with their baby, that tells them, that convinces them that because you have had your first child with a disability, don't have another one, because the second one will have a disability and so will the third. These are the kinds of mentalities and conditioning that we are experiencing in the country. And they are egregious, Mr. Speaker. They are cruel and they are inhumane. So, in light of this motion, I also have a few suggestions that have actually been spoken about just this morning at a meeting that I attended with KEWOPA and convened with Women Challenge to Challenge. And we discussed these very types of issues. We ask that this motion also consider to call for the Ministry of Health to develop curriculums for training on mental health and maternity care for disabled women. We also call for the Ministry of Health to have dedicated disability-trained nurses in these facilities. We have something called empathetic training, Mr. Speaker, that I believe all nurses in these facilities should go through, as well as mental health. It is absolutely abhorrent, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that a nurse should come to a woman who has given birth to a child with a disability, or a woman with a disability who is pregnant, and the first question they ask them is, who did this to you? Who did this to you? Poor you. I pity you. In your condition, a child? Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that it is anyone's business what I do with my reproductive health, unless that nurse or that medical practitioner has identified issues of abuse, whether covert or overt. They should not be asking women with these questions with disabilities. That is absolutely disrespectful. And this is the kind of training that we are calling for the Ministry of Health to also facilitate in these facilities, Mr. Speaker. We also need disaggregated data on the types of disabilities that will be handled in these facilities, and how to manage these women with disabilities who are coming into the wards with their pregnancies, Mr. Speaker. Because I always say in my advocacy work and my activism work that when you've met one person with a disability, you have only met one person with a disability. This means that we are nuanced, we're not homogeneous. I have needs as a visually impaired woman that an autistic woman will have the opposite types of needs. And so when it comes to mental health and pregnancy with women with disabilities, this data needs to be desegregated. Otherwise, we are not serving women with disabilities completely. We also need to establish PWD desks in these facilities who provide needs assessments to pregnant women with disabilities. Just like in the Senate, and I applaud the clerk's office for having a PWD desk right here at Senate, because they understand that a PWD need is different from a non-disabled person's needs. We also need disability mainstreaming, Mr. Speaker, to sensitize communities and end the stigma that I talked about around reproductive health for PWDs. Mr. Speaker, we have been tortured for decades. It is actually close to criminal, some of the behaviors and attitudes that we experience when we are seeking health services and mental health services in pregnancy as women with disabilities. Even an example of forced sterilization, Mr. Speaker, that happens in this country. Women are given suppressants so that they do not give birth, so they do not have a period, because they are thought to be, or rather these people who are doing these egregious acts act under the guise of, oh, we're helping you, we're doing it for their best interest, because of course, a woman with a disability cannot take care of another human being, right? Wrong, Mr. Speaker. That is our right. It is an absolute violation of our dignity, of our integrity, of our psychology, and for the autonomy of our bodies, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like all of these issues to be at least looked into seriously by Senator Kibwana, who I am very pleased has brought this motion to the House, but also so that we can continue discussing this other perspective of women with disabilities who are giving birth, and also women who are giving birth to children with disabilities that need mental health care. Nuanced mental health care, Mr. Speaker, because like I said, when you have met one person with a disability, you have only met one. Our needs vary from one extreme to the other. And I hope that even as women with disabilities and women who have children with disabilities are listening to this, whether in Senate, whether in National Assembly, Kenyans at large, they will also start coming out and speaking about these issues. We also need to have access to family planning. It's all right, Mr. Speaker. Are you trying to tell me that as Crystal Asige, a visually impaired person, that I can't fall in love? That I can't meet somebody that I want to start a family with and do so? And plan to do so? Why must it be looked at as a mistake, as a pitiful act, Mr. Speaker? I leave that with the House, and I thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Senator Crystal, for your contribution. Senator Oyomo Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I stand to add my voice to the motion brought by my sister, Senator Hamida, Speaker, a number of us feel that giving birth is just some natural event that occurs, and it is naturally done so, and it has no implications. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to state here that if Dr. Halwale was here, he would tell the House and confirm that is such a very harrowing experience. Honorable Speaker, women go through the 9-month pregnancy period with a lot of strain. And from the onset, Honorable Speaker, sorry to say this, but Honorable Halwale indicated that mental health is a situation that runs across. But, Honorable Speaker, I would like to state that the poor women and probably the uneducated women bear the major brunt, Honorable Speaker, by the environments from which they find themselves. Honorable Speaker, our mental health, has been stated, is so key to this country, for everybody, for the general population. But specifically, Honorable Speaker, that it is so key to women, and more, Honorable Speaker, to pregnant women, as stated by Senator Hamida. And as I say this, Honorable Speaker, and as I support this motion, my heart goes out to women and Kenyan women, the pregnant women that go through their pregnancy, and especially at the current conditions that they find themselves in drought-stricken regions, that we have pregnant women that other than the pregnancy, Honorable Speaker, they have to walk long distances looking for water, and thus the mental state they find themselves. Honorable Speaker, my heart also goes out to pregnant women that have to go through the 9-month period in famine-stricken regions without food. That, Honorable Speaker, as they struggle to sustain their unborn children, they have also to look for food over long periods. Honorable Speaker, looking for food for other children and feeding themselves and feeding their unborn babies. Honorable Speaker, my heart goes out for them. And Honorable Speaker, my heart also goes out for the pregnant women in this country that have to walk long distances, Honorable Speaker, looking for even water. All those, as I enumerate, Honorable Speaker, are all the sources that get the pregnant women to the mental state in which they find themselves in. And Honorable Speaker, my heart also goes out to the many pregnant women that have to walk through long distances in inaccessible areas in fending for their families. But Honorable Speaker, coming to the end result of the mental status in which they get into, it is a situation that has been brought about by the 9 months of the pregnancy. And Honorable Speaker, it is like we are saying that to be pregnant is a crime. Honorable Speaker, as I support this motion, I also want to say that, as Honorable Halwale said, let's build it up. Let's build it up. Honorable Speaker, even a tracer system in hospitals needs to be developed in tracing these women as they walk the journey of the pregnancy. Honorable Speaker, that comes to my mind because of the tracer system that I've observed even on HIV patients, that hospitals have a system where they are able to follow HIV patients that probably drop out or stop taking their drugs. And I think, Dr. Luale, I'm right, that in that there's a system of tracing those patients. Why then don't we have developed that tracer system also for women who are pregnant, are not doing well as they visit, go for their prenatal clinics, and when the health practitioners realize that they are developing certain problems in the course of their pregnancy, that a system must be put in place in which these women are traced. And Honorable Speaker, I say this because the pregnant women are a resource to this country. They're not only pregnant for themselves. Yes, at the end of the pregnancy, a child comes out, but these are Kenyans who finally build this country, and then it means that this country must take care of those women. Honorable Speaker, as I sit, I support this motion by my sister, and I pray that we build it up and we add more meat to it so that we can have, at the end of it, a motion, a bill that will be all-inclusive, that will get our pregnant women their dignity. And Honorable Speaker, as I say, pregnancy is not a crime. Honorable Speaker, before Dr. Luale came in, Dr. I said that as much as you mentioned that it is a situation that cuts across all the cadres of women, but majorly the poor women, the uneducated women go through so much as they go through their pregnancy. And Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate, and has been mentioned by earlier speakers, the state of our hospitals, that this even adds more to the mental state of our pregnant women. Honorable Speaker, why would in this century pregnant women share beds? Honorable Speaker, it is under the beds are not really big beds if you go to the hospitals, but you have 3 women sharing beds. Some are at the initial state of labor, some are advancing, some even come back with children to add on to the bed. It is shame to this country, and it is shame to the civilization of mankind. Honorable Speaker, I support this motion, and I say that pregnancy should not be made criminal. It is a choice, and it is a choice that benefits this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Beatrice, for the very emotional contribution to the motion. Honorable Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I want to register my appreciation to Honorable Senator Amida for bringing this particular motion on the floor. I believe that any nation is definitely judged by how much we invest and treat our children. And the journey for that starts with how we treat the mothers in the nation. And it is, of course, said, Mr. Speaker, that it takes a village to raise a child. That implies that it certainly needs to take a village to grieve a child when there is a child loss. This is a very important matter, especially because in countries such as Kenya, we find that most of the time, losing a child, whether it's through miscarriage for kids that are, for mothers who are, let's say, 28 weeks pregnant and below, or whether it's still through stillbirth, as my sister Senator Hamida has said, losing a child is still almost 80% a taboo in most African countries, and this is particularly strong in the Kenyan society. And therefore, the issue of trauma, stress, and sometimes disrespect of women who end up losing their kids or pregnancies in hospitals or in whichever healthcare facility is such a real one. You know, the contract is so big to the extent that if you look at what's going on today, Mr. Speaker, I think that in urban areas in Kenya today, we have made a very major stride as a nation, whereby about 98% of women do actually access some sort of healthcare facility to be able to deliver. If you go to rural communities, this goes to, I think, about up to 94%. Yet, if you go to the treatment of women who find themselves in these kind of scenarios, where a woman has lost the child or has lost a pregnancy, there is almost 14% of support. And some of this support infrastructure need to be actually be improved. In fact, I wanted to even urge Senator Hamida if this particular motion could also be improved to include proper remuneration and support to personnel that we call the community healthcare workers. Because if you look at the villages today, Mr. Speaker, a community healthcare worker that is responsible on helping women get to hospital and even encourage them to fight the taboo and the stigma of getting to hospitals, in a day, they're dealing with 5 cases of women who have got pregnancies. And this is one person who sometimes is assigned a village, about 63 to 70 villages, and that means that they're dealing with almost 400 people in these villages, Mr. Speaker. Yet, when one or two deaths that occur out of the 5 cases that they're dealing with happens in these hospitals, they come back to these CSVs, Mr. Speaker. So while we look keenly at helping dealing with the trauma and stress for women who have lost children and mothers who have lost pregnancies, I think it is keen that we also focus on that reduction in maternal and neonatal mortality by empowering the personnel that we have in our current structure, and that includes the CSVs, CHVs, Mr. Speaker. And I also would be very keen to say that nutrition and support for that is also very critical for some of these cases, Mr. Speaker. I know that Senator Beatrice has spoken very passionately about women who have to move to different places and who have to go to distance looking for water, long distance looking for water, but also work conditions sometimes for women, especially in peri-urban areas of our countries today, don't get the support that they need during pregnancies and immediately after pregnancy. To the extent that some of these deaths that do appear immediately are stress-related that do come pre these deaths. So this is a very important motion for our nation, and this is one of those motions that embracing, supporting, and even empowering will put us into the books of history of building a stronger nation by focusing on building stronger women who then help us raise stronger children. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do support with a lot of appreciation the motion laid today by Senator Hamida. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Eddie. Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I start by thanking Senator Hamida for bringing this very timely and very important motion as her maiden motion. Mr. Speaker, I think this motion addresses 2 very important aspects as far as mental health for mothers is concerned, and generally mental health, the issue of limited availability. As we know, only 14 hospitals in the country offer mental health, and we have 47 county referral hospitals. So that means we are still way behind. Secondly, the issue of affordability. As you are aware, the cost of mental health treatment in this country is very high. And by offering these facilities, I think that will greatly increase access to mental health facilities for mothers. Mr. Speaker, the issue of mental health is a serious issue because they say out of every 1 Kenyan, out of every 10 Kenyans, 1 has a mental health issue. That is very worrying, and the numbers are going up. So we need to have a serious strategy around how to deal with the issue of mental health. So this motion is very timely. It is very specific to mothers, but I think there are other cases of mental health which are on the increase, attributed to many factors, including drug abuse cases which cause mental health. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to digress a bit and say that I think this House must critically look at issues of how to process motions. Because such a wonderful, great motion, you may find that it will not be implemented by the executive. Because if you read the motion, it says urges. The Senate urges. I would suggest that the staff who help us to draft this motion insist on that Senate resolves, because we cannot act in vain as a parliament, that we discuss things here, they go to the executive, and they are never implemented. From my experience in the National Assembly, I saw that, and I'm beginning again to see it here. We are a parliament that does budget making. We look at the budget policy statement. Why can't we have a system where such good motions are recorded so that when we are discussing the budget policy statement, we incorporate the resolutions and appropriate money to these wonderful ideas? Because just coming here and discussing such wonderful motions, and then someone there in the Ministry of Health sits on it, and then comes back and tells us there is no funding. It is very, very annoying, Mr. Speaker. So I would suggest that moving forward, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Senate Business Committee, I think you need to help us in this, so that the motions which come here, we make a resolution. We say we are resolving to do 1, 2, 3, like that, instead of saying we are coming here to urge the government to do some things when we have the powers to appropriate money, when we have the powers to change the budget policy statement so that the resolutions we make here are addressed by the executive, by the county government. But for those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I want to encourage Hamida to bring many, many more motions around the health sector, which she seems to be having a passion, so that we address the many issues we have around the health sector in this country. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, the Honorable Senator Sotsi, for your contribution. You stressed the point that the proposition as we are debating on the motion should not be to urge but to resolve. Yes. I believe that the House should actually take it along that line so that whatever debate resolutions that come out from this chamber become resolutions that can be implemented. The Honorable Senator Mwenzangu Chimera Raphael.
Technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. You know, when you speak last, you actually lost for us because my colleagues have actually effectively contributed to this motion.
Honorable Chimera, nobody has said you will speak last.
Thank you. I'm looking at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, and
No,
I want to imagine
there.
I'm the last person to speak on this motion. Anyway, that said and done, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. This is a very crucial motion that my colleague, Senator Hamida, has brought to this honorable house. I have the chance and honor to serve in the Health Committee with Senator Hamida. What she advances as a Health Committee member is very, very weighty, and I'm happy that she's found the sense and the need to bring this motion before this house. And clearly, it is a joy to give birth to a child, and it is very disastrous that after that happens, this particular lady or woman slides into depression. And I really support the need to have a government coming on board to support offering of counseling services and psychology to the affected women after giving birth. Strange enough, I've just come from a meeting with the members, or rather the membership of the Kenya Counseling and Psychologists Association in my office.
Honorable Chimera, it is 6:30 p.m. You have your 14 minutes to deal with tomorrow. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 9th November 2022 at 2:30 p.m.
you are one of those students who benefited from CDF. That if it was not for CDF, Madam Speaker, you would not be sitting where you are as our speaker today. So for whoever is actually planning to do away with this money, we are here today to say we need the same funds to be anchored in our constitution. Madam Speaker, I do remember very well that in our regulations, the management regulations of the GAF money, or the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, there is a section that says there should be a county-wide project. And in Nakuru, we picked a county-wide project as buying tanks to those schools, especially those vulnerable schools in our county. And you know, these big tanks, the 10,000 tanks that we bought to some schools, has really, really assisted, especially during Corona. Madam Speaker, we are supporting these devolved funds because if there is nothing that you take to you will take to your people, then there is nothing, there is no reason. You will never have a reason as a member of parliament as to why you should come to this house to represent them. Madam Speaker, I'm in support of these regulations to be entrenched in the constitution so that this fund will all the time be protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support all the members who actually requested that this CDF money still is not enough, and they need the money to be raised from 2.5% to 5%. While as the women reps, we are requesting to be given 30% of the CDF. When I say this, Mr. Speaker, for example, if a particular sub-county is getting 140 million per every financial year, and then the women, so the GAF money should actually should have 30% of that 140 money to be able to cover all the women projects in their counties. Mr. Speaker, people have been confused sometimes. We are sitting in the same house, Mr. Speaker, as members of this house. But you know, the area coverage of women reps is so big compared to the sub-counties. While we are not complaining about that, but we also need to be considered for an additional money, for the GAF money, for us to be able, as women reps, to cover the county. Because, for example, Nakuru County, we have 11 sub-counties. And the area coverage of Nakuru is so vast. Mr. Speaker, we are also requesting as women reps that this money should actually be added. We should be given more money. Right now, as I'm speaking, we are being given only 7 million. 7 million compared to a sub-county which is being given 140 million. We are only given 7 million in every sub-county. We would also want to have the 50%, so that if a sub-county is receiving 140 million, we are supposed to be receiving 70 million by every sub-county. Mr. Speaker, this money belongs to the people of this county, and this money will make the people of this country to pay for their taxes. They will be empowered to grow the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, Uwezo Fund is money that is called revolving fund. It is money that should actually be going round. It is money that is supposed to be given to a group, a registered group, and then after some time, after they return back, another group also will continue to benefit. So, and that is the reason why it is called revolving fund. The same thing to Youth Enterprise Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. These are money that are supposed to be taken by women groups that have been registered, and this money is supposed to be returned back to the government for other communities, for other groups also to benefit from the same group. So there are different types of funds to the community. Mr. Speaker, we need to also have a program of civic education to educate the people of this country about these 3 funds or 3 types of funds or many types. Anything community or any money going to the community, I mean, nobody should oppose to it. So in this matter or in this reason, I'm supporting all the devolved funds to be protected by the Constitution. I am requesting that all the devolved funds to be anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is so painful when you hear, maybe even whoever is planning Whoever is choosing to say, okay, we should do away with CDF, is somebody who actually benefited through CDF in his education or higher education. It is very bad, and to be very bad, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are under CPC, and very soon the CPC students will be sitting for their examinations. And these students are supposed to go to school. It is very, very bad if someone is choosing to say we do away with CDF. You know, CDF have been assisting students. The women, the GAF money has been assisting students from extreme vulnerable families to go to school. It is not good to have our children at home just because there is no. In fact, the issue of schools, of school fees in this country should actually be taken 100% by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy because of the two members of parliament, Mr. Honorable Mule and Kishimo, who actually brought these amendments to this house. Me, I fully support on behalf of the people of Nakuru County. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this space to speak my voice.
Some great contributions there. I hope the proponents of this constitutional amendment are taking notes. I can't see them in the house. Are they there? They have run away. Yeah. Honorable Katambi Chepkwony.
This one is very short. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for granting me this opportunity for me to contribute to this motion introduced by Honorable Muli in relation with the CDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start first by saying whoever is against CDF is the enemy of development in this country. Whoever is against CDF is an enemy of the poor children whom we take to school, to different colleges, universities, secondary schools, and whoever is against CDF in this country is the kind of a person who is not even appreciating the great work members of parliament who stand in single constituencies have done in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, being a member of constituency which is called the Joro Nakuru County, I want to confirm that CDF has changed lives of people. As I stand here today, I have constructed over 100 projects in my constituency with the CDF. I have bought the first term of 7 buses to support education, the schools and the communities, even when they are going for graduations. As I stand here, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me confirm that the orphans in my constituency who don't have a father, a mother, they can have an office where they can rush and get some bursary for their education. I still want to confirm as I'm standing here that through the CDF, it has given me opportunity to introduce even short courses so that even the pick riders can go for courses, get fully equipped, and they get licenses so that they can have a proper requirements as the government requires from them. It is through the same CDF which has helped me to come up with other different courses to accommodate poor youths from poor backgrounds. In relation probably with clothing and textiles, I've taken to others in matters of electricity, learning. I've also taken some others issues of catering services. We have introduced even some talented youths who have done saloon, vineyards, etc. Through CDF, Mr. Speaker, sir, where I'm standing to say that whoever is against CDF in this country is the enemy of this country and the enemy of development. It is because the same CDF enabled me to contribute amount of money with a collaboration with the government to construct a technical institute worth 60 million. Why was I doing that, Mr. Speaker, sir? It is because in our country we have challenge of unemployment of our youths. And if we can contract TTIs, TVETs, where we can give a place for our youths to get empowerment skills, then to some extent, we are really empowering our jobless youths. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the same CDF has given us an opportunity to support our officers, our police officers in construction of their offices, and previously, before the previous dictatorship against our officers to get houses for their residential areas. We used to support that. Mr. Speaker, sir, let it also be noted that it is through CDF we have managed to construct even offices for our assistant chiefs and the chiefs and even DCCs so that we can give them a good environment which can enable them to do their daily work. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I still want to support that why CDF must be supported no matter the cost. Right now, there is a global voice that climate change is real. It is affecting all of us. Through CDF, once again, it has given us another issue of environment. Therefore, through my CDF and through environment, being part of CDF, we managed to buy tanks for some schools because there's water scarcity in this country. And therefore, water being a big problem even to institutions and to the communities, the same CDF has given us an opportunity to make sure we get tanks to provide water for our children and also communities. It is the same environment which has given us another facility of even purchasing trees and the campaigning for planting of trees. And it is on that point, Mr. Speaker, sir, the role members of parliament are playing through CDF in their single constituencies is so much that it cannot be ignored. Whoever can ignore the role of CDF probably might use a bad word. That might be a foolish person. Because with all the issues I'm mentioning here today, Mr. Speaker, sir, if there can be a woman or a man in this country who can be beating, who can be against the CDF which has saved lives of the hopeless single mothers who cannot have somewhere to rush, they can rush to the CDF offices and get bursaries for their children. Then whoever, again, Mr. Speaker, is against CDF has no plan, has no dream for our future and for our generations. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my humble request to the entire parliament that we support, no matter the cost, whichever action it might take. Let us do the best to make sure that it is fully put, that it can never no longer be shaken by the enemies of the development of this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stood here to support Honorable Muli with his colleague who came up with this idea that we must make sure that the CDF is fully anchored in the law so that we can, all of us, continue benefiting and making our constituencies and our country a more better for all of us. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you for those passionate contributions. I hope the nation watched and listened, Honorable Katambi. Is Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi in the house? I remember I gave him a chance to speak the last time I sat here. I don't know whether there is a way you can remove such requests from the list. Honorable John Buddy? Had Honorable John Buddy spoken too? We're just waiting to and leave them. Honorable Innocent Mumanyi? Honorable Charo Kazungu, MP for Ganze? not in the House. Let us have Honorable Amina Mnyazi, MP for Malindi.
Mwanzo ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kukushukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kupata fursa hii kuweza kutoa sauti yangu na kujadili katika mjadala ambao uko mbele ya nyumba hii ya leo, na ningependa pia kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Muli kwa kuweza kuleta mjadala huu katika hii nyumba, kwa sababu ni jambo lenye ambalo limeweza kushika Kenya nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi mwanzo nashangaa sana na wale watu wenye ambao wanapinga.
Order member, I'll give you a minute. Honorable Gachobe, could you be leaving? Yeah, I just wanted to notify if you are leaving because you've waited for far too long. You're very close to speaking. Yeah, you may continue. Award an additional minute.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa natangulia kusema ya kwamba mimi nashangazwa sana na wale watu wenye ambao wanapinga masuala ya CDF. Kama kuna Mkenya yoyote ambaye anapinga masuala ya CDF, wanapinga kwa misingi gani? Na ni suluhisho gani lenye ambalo wao wako nalo saizi ili kuhakikisha wanafunzi milioni 1 kila mwaka wameweza kusaidika katika mashule yao tofauti tofauti? Nashangazwa na hawa watu kivipi hawaoni maendeleo ya madarasa zaidi ya 21,000 yenye ambayo yameweza kujengwa kupitia NGCDF. Hawa watu mimi wananishangaza, na mimi ombi langu kwa wabunge wenzangu ni kwamba hizo ni kelele za chura, zisituzuilie sisi kunywa maji. Sisi ni lazima tufanyie wananchi wetu kazi, na kufanyia wananchi wetu kazi ni lazima masuala ya CDF, masuala ya ngaf tuipitishe na tuiweke katika katiba ili kuhakikisha kwamba matatizo madogo madogo kama haya hayawezi kutupumba huko mbele katika maisha yetu. Jambo la kwanza ningependa kusisitiza ni majengo bora, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama vile ambavyo mnaona Kenya yetu saizi sisi imebadilika. Zile enzi za kuwa watoto, zile enzi za kuwa wanafunzi wanaketi chini, wanasomeshwa chini ya miti, hayo yote yameweza kusaidika na yameweza kuondolewa kwa kupitiwa huu mfuko wa CDF wenye ambao wabunge wako nayo. So mimi naunga huu mjadala mkono kwa sababu najua kuna mambo makubwa yenye ambao yametendeka katika eneo bunge langu la Malindi, na si shule peke yake. Kuna masoko, kina mama wenye ambao wanatoka katika manyumba yao, wamebeba mizigo yao, wamebeba biashara zao. Leo hii wako chini ya kiangazi, leo hii wako chini ya manyumba kwa sababu ya CDF. Sasa sisi, hii serikali ambao iko leo wanasema ni serikali ya Hustler Nation, na mahasla ni kama hao kina mama mboga wenye ambao wako pale chini. Tukiweza kuondoa NGCDF, hao wamama majengo yao yatajengwa na kina nani? Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kuliweka wazi ya kwamba sisi wa Kenya ni wazalendo, na ni wakati sisi kama wa Kenya, ni wakati sisi kama viongozi tufanye jihada na jitihada na mambo yenye ambayo itafanya sasa sisi tupende pia wale wa Kenya wa chini kabisa. Wakenya kwa dakika hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanahitaji huduma bora na wanahitaji huduma za haraka, na NGCDF imeweza, na tunaona kwa mifano mingi ambayo wenzangu tayari wameshatangulia kuyazungumzia kwamba through CDF huduma bora na huduma za haraka zinaweza zikawafikia wananchi. Mfano ni huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kuna matatizo yoyote katika eneo bunge la mbunge yoyote, ni mbunge ndo ni mtu wa kwanza mwenye ambaye anatatua yale matatizo yenye ambayo yako pale. Leo hii tukisema tunaondoa NGCDF na tunaleta haya maendeleo yote hapa katika national government, unafikiria ile shule yenye ambayo inakwenda kuboromoka kitambo, hata yule mbunge zile pesa ziweze kumfikia, ile miaka yake ya miaka 5 itakuwa imeshamalizika. So through the CDF tunakuwa na huduma bora na huduma za haraka. Mheshimiwa Spika, pasipo kusahau zile kazi zenye ambazo watu wameweza kuajiriwa through NGCDF. Saizi watu tuko na matatizo katika Kenya hii. Kuna watu wengi ambao hawana ajira. Masuala ya ajira yamekuwa ni donda sugu kabisa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mbali na ile ofisi ya CDF yenye ambayo iko hapa ndani ya Nairobi, wale wameweza kuajiri watu. Tukisema tunaondoa CDF, wale ndugu zetu tunataka waishi vipi? Hata pia mbali na hao, katika kila eneo bunge kuna wafanyikazi ambao wameandikwa courtesy of NGCDF. Hilo jambo nalo likiweza kuondolewa, hawa ndugu zetu sisi tunawaelekeza vipi katika maisha yao? Na ndio maana sisi tunasema kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi kwamba CDF na huu mjadala wenye ambao uko hapa leo uweze kupitishwa haraka sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna matatizo ya elimu, kuna matatizo ya karo kwa watoto wetu kule mashuleni. Kama vile nilivyotangulia kuzungumza awali, wanafunzi zaidi ya 1,000,000 wanaweza kusaidika kwa njia tofauti tofauti kupitia basari. Wanafunzi kama hawa sisi tunawaelekeza wapi na tunawapatia mbinu gani mbadala kama CNG-CDF, Mheshimiwa Spika? Hivi ninavyozungumza kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 5,000 wene ambao wanaenda kufanya mtihani wao wa kitaifa. Na hao watu sio wote, Mheshimiwa Spika, wenye ambao wako na uwezo wa kujisaidia. Zaidi ya 70% ya watu ambao wanakwenda kufanya mtihani wa kitaifa katika eneo bunge la Malindi ni watu wenye ambao hali zao ni duni. Sisi tusipowashika mkono, Mheshimiwa Spika, maisha ya watoto wetu tutakuwa tumeyapoteza. Na ndio maana sisi tunasema tunataka tuunge mkono huu mswada wenye ambao uko hapa. Kwa kumalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, CDF imeweza kuleta mazingira bora kwa wale watu wenye ambao wanafanya kazi katika mashule, katika polisi tofauti tofauti katika Kenya hii yetu. Mimi nakumbuka project yangu ya mwisho ambayo nimefanya katika Malindi, hata kabla pale sijapata kiti cha ubunge, niliweza kujenga vyoo katika shule ambao inaitwa Maziwani Secondary. Mahali penye ambapo kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 600, kuna walimu wa kike na wa kiume, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hawa watu walikuwa wanaenda katika haja zao kubwa na ndogo msituni, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio maana sisi tunasema tunataka hili jambo tuweze kuweka katika katiba ili maendeleo yazidi kufikia wananchi wetu katika maeneo bunge tofauti tofauti. Kwa kumalizia, kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi, mimi naunga huu mswada mkono 100%, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hayo machache, asanteni.
Asante sana. Tuendelee na hiyo lugha kidogo. Nataka Mheshimiwa Rashid Bedzimba, mjumbe wa Kisauni, aendelee vivyo hivyo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nitaiendeleza lugha hii ya taifa kwa sababu watu hujiringia na lugha yao. Kwa hivyo nakushukuru pia kwa kulifahamu hilo. Ukienda Urusi wanazungumza lugha yao, ukienda bara Arabu wanazungumza lugha yao, na wameendelea zaidi. Hapa kwetu tumejaribu kuchukua ya kigeni kuiweka mbele, ndio sababu hata tuwezi kutengeza hata sindano ya kushona nguo kwa sababu mambo mengi. Basi wacha niachie hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi nichukue fursa hii kwanza kukushukuru we mwenyewe na kukupongeza kwa kunipa fursa na mimi kutia sauti yangu ama kupenyeza sauti katika marekebisho haya katika mswada huu. Mimi naunga mkono marekebisho ya katiba kuihalalisha CDF katika katiba, iwe haitaweza kusumbuka, iwe kusitokee mtu kwenda kuishtaki ama kuilalamikia, iwe iko ndani katika katiba, iwe ni sheria kwamba hizi fedha ziwe zinakuja bila ya kuwa na kikomo, bila ya kuwa na hofu. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, mengi yamezungumzwa, lakini mimi pia nitatia sauti yangu hapo. CDF ni hazina ambayo imesaidia wananchi. Taifa la Kenya ni taifa ambalo wengi wao wakaazi ama wananchi wao hawana ajira, na wengi ni maskini, wenye uwezo ni wachache, wengi wanashindwa hata kunywa chai, wengine wako na watoto 2 ama 3 ambao wote wako shule. Inakuwa ni vigumu yule mzazi kuweza kupata karo za kuwasomesha watoto wale. Ndio unasikia wengine anawaambia wakae nje wachunge mbuzi, mmoja anaenda kusoma kwa niaba ya wale. Lakini hii hazina ya CDF imesaidia hata maskini kwamba ameweza kuwa na matumaini kwamba anaweza pata elimu ya msingi, akaenda katika shule ya sekondari na hata akaenda shule za vyuo vikuu, kwa sababu ana imani kwamba kuna mgao fulani ambao utamsaidia kusukuma ili elimu yake iwe sawa na wale ambao wana uwezo. Hata wale, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao wanaenda kuishtaki CDF kwamba ni hazina ambayo si halali, wanasema itolewe, ni watu wa kushangaza sana. Sijui kama wao wanaishi katika taifa hili ama wanaishi ng'ambo. Kwa sababu ama wao ni kwa sababu wana uwezo mkubwa na hawaangalii maskini, hawaangalii mtu ambaye hana kitu, ameamka asubuhi hata chai hana. Yeye mwanzo la kwanza, badala kuishtaki kwamba iondolewe, angeenda kaitilia nguvu kusema kwamba CDF iongezwe, kwamba iwe na uwezo hata wa kununulia chakula, wa kununulia chakula, feeding program katika shule, ili watoto wetu wanwe chai ama uji saa 4 na saa 6 wapewe chakula. Yeye angekwenda kusema hivyo badala ya kusema itolewe. CDF mijengo yote ambayo yanapatikana katika maeneo bunge, angalia chapa yake, iko CDF pale, kuonesha kwamba kama ingelikuwa CDF hakuna, yale majengo yale yangekuwa hayako. Na pia hawa wajumbe hawa, ikiwa CDF itatolewa, wategemee kila Jumamosi kwenda milango ya executive. Kitambo aende katika eneo bunge lake, anaenda kuomba. Na tukianza kuomba, tutafanya oversight namna gani? Lakini ikiwa CDF yuko nayo mjumbe, hana sababu ya kwenda kuomba kwa executive. Ni yeye mwenyewe kwenda kwa wananchi, zile pesa za wananchi, awaulize wananchi ni kitu gani wanataka na awafanyie. Hana sababu ya kwenda kuomba. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema hata hii CDF ipewe uwezo, hata wale wazee wa mtaa walioko kule mitaani ambao hawalipwi, tuwe tuna uwezo wa kuwalipa pia. Tuweze kuwalipa hata kama ni kidogo kupitia kwa hazina hii ya CDF. Kwa sababu hii CDF imesaidia walala hoi, na hata wazee wa mtaa pia ni miongoni mwa watu ambao wanapata makesi mengi, wanasaidia usalama katika maeneo yetu, lakini hakuna kitu wanalipo. Kwa hivyo CDF ni chombo muhimu sana. Ukiangalia katika mashule yetu ya kibinafsi na shule za umma, shule za umma hivi sasa ziko na magari ya kuweza kuzungusha wale watoto katika ziara za elimu, ni kwa sababu ya CDF. Ingekuwa hakuna hii mambo ya usafiri, ingekuwa tu iko kwa private shule za kibinafsi. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba kwamba CDF iweze kubaki, ili kusudi isaidie, iwekwe katika ihalalishwe kwenye katiba ili iendelee. Hata hawa ndugu zetu maseneta pia, wao wakiwa tapewa fedha si vibaya, bora fedha zile ziwe zitakwenda kumfaidi mwananchi. Kwa sababu unasikia saa nyingine serikali nasema uchumi umeimarika. Uchumi hauwezi imarika kama mwananchi mfukoni kwake hana kitu. Uchumi lazima uwe unahusiana na mwananchi. Kwa hivyo hata wale seneta wale wakiwa watapata fedha za kusaidia wananchi, wapewe. Hata kina mama, wale wawakilishi wa kina mama, ikiwa fedha zile watapewa zitasaidia, itakuwa ni uzuri zaidi. Ya kina mama, wawakilishi kina mama wanasaidia, wajumbe wanasaidia, seneta wanasaidia, wananchi wetu ndio watakaofaidika. Hii taifa ni letu sote. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tushirikiane kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi anaishi salama na anakuwa na mambo rahisi katika mazingira ya kitaifa hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, najua kuna wengi wanasubiri kuzungumzia. Sitaki niende mbali zaidi, pia nikitoa fursa na wengine pia wazungumze. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. Tunaye Mheshimiwa Janet Sitienei, mjumbe wa eneo bunge la Tarbo. Tuendelee na Kiswahili dada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Today I don't want to speak in Kiswahili. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I also want to add my voice to this motion. And first and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Gishimu and Honorable Mule for bringing in this legislative proposal for amendment of the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to actually add my voice to say that entrenching this CDF in the Constitution will go a long way in ensuring that the critical role of development is continued to the people of this nation. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that NGCDF fund, if you didn't know, it's 11 billion every year goes to development through NGCDF fund. 1 million students benefit if they are given an allocation of 10,000. So you can imagine if they are given less than that, we have more than 1 million students every year benefiting from that fund. Therefore, I wish to support that NGCDF should continue. It has done an amazing job in this country. It is one of the tangible projects that you can actually see within our constituencies. NGCDF fund has done a lot. It has done amazing work. It has supported very poor children. It has constructed classrooms, dormitories. It has even done MTCs, TTIs, and on top of that, it has ensured that their children are actually get bursary to go to these institutions and learn skills which can empower them for their livelihood. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support entrenchment of these funds in the Constitution, including GAF. GAF has played a critical role in empowering our women, in empowering our youth, empowering the PWDs in this nation, because it's a grant that is being given into groups, and those groups have actually improved their livelihoods. We have the economic stimulus and also the Senate Oversight Fund, because it's going to go a long way in enhancing development in the constituencies, in the counties. I would want to support that it is actually entrenched in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is no fund like NGCDF fund. There is no fund that has touched lives like NGCDF fund. Even the border, actually this is now the real hustlers that have benefited from this NGCDF fund. If you look around the constituencies, the counties, the fund that every mwananchi talks about every day because it is talk of town, it is about NGCDF and what it has done. It is amazing. Therefore, I wish to support that the poor children should continue going to school through NGCDF fund. I want to support that those poor children can get an institution to go for higher learning through the fund of NGCDF. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion that these funds should be entrenched in the Constitution, and therefore they will go a long way in enhancing development within our nation. I want to shorten it so that those other colleagues that have not gotten an opportunity can also have an opportunity to add a voice to this fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I donate my time to the rest of the members so that they can say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable CTNA Janet, for those educative words and for your generosity to the members. And I think it is a trend we should continue with so that as many members as possible may talk. We are honored to be in the House with the chair of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations. I want to give him this chance so that he can tell the nation what government is planning around these three funds. Thank you, Honorable Ndindi Njoro, the MP for Kiaru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, even for that generous, very generous introduction. First of all, I rise to support the fact that we should have this fund, very important fund CDF in our constitution, because, Mr. Speaker, even from the onset, of all the funds we have in this country and all the devolved funds we have in this country, including the county funds, Mr. Speaker, there is no fund that is more efficient and that has got as many tangible projects as NGCDF. Going around the country, Mr. Speaker, anywhere, from whichever side of the country, you realize that most of the brick and mortar projects, tangible projects that you see around, are projects that have been funded by NGCDF. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, NGCDF stands tall as a fund that should be emulated by the others. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the more the reason we have had many countries, especially in Africa, coming to benchmark with CDF. A country like Zambia, the current devolved fund they are running currently, they came to Kenya to learn on how to have such a fund. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, a good idea should only give room or way to a better idea. A good idea should not give room to a bad idea. We already have a very good idea in CDF and DCDF. The best we can do is to entrench it and strengthen it. One of the features that is very enviable insofar as CDF and DCDF is concerned, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that as we grapple with issues, and especially physically speaking, when you are budgeting, when we are expending public money, the elephant in the room is always about the fact that we spend most of our money on recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of development expenditure. But Mr. Speaker, this NGCDF is a very good learning tool, even to the national government, on how to render service to the Kenyan people. Because out of 100 shillings that is remitted by NGCDF, only 5%, Mr. Speaker, goes into expenditure that is recurrent in nature. 95 shillings out of 100 goes into tangible projects that benefit the community, Mr. Speaker. And I can cite many examples because I've gone across many constituencies. But I want to cite where I represent, Mr. Speaker. Kiharu constituency is the largest rural constituency in the entire Mount Kenya region in regards to the size and in regards to population. We have around 112 public primary schools. Out of all the 112 public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, NGCDF has got a chance to transform all of them, which were totally dilapidated, the normal rural schools. And all of them are 100%. Currently, they look, and to quote like academies, Mr. Speaker, the children of ordinary parents now go to classrooms and primary schools in Kiharu, where all of them, 100% without exception, are tiled. And by tiling, I mean we have been able to refurbish the rest in terms of the other amenities that are provided in a classroom. We have also been, like many other constituencies, been able to do a lot in regards to the security sector, in supporting our administration, supporting our security officers, installing security lights, and therefore this fund has been very integral to the development of our regions, of our localities, and also enhancing security. Mr. Speaker, there is only one thing that I will invite this House that we look at, because this House, I'm sure, we are very reasonable people. And I'm speaking even on the other side of the sphere. So that when we get to the third reading, I'm sure it's far away, but we should be preparing that we front a percentage that will be acceptable by all parties. Because this is a house of debate, it is a house of negotiations. Even budget making process is a negotiating, or is a process of negotiating. And I'm sure when we reach there, we'll cross the bridge when we get to the river, Mr. Speaker, so that we come up with a percentage that will be sustainable and that will be acceptable to all parties, so that we do not squeeze too much and lose too much as we chase for what we are chasing for. And I'm sure even the promoters of this bill are reasonable. They are my friends. We will sit down so that we have a percentage that is acceptable and so that we remove all the hurdles on the way, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to entrench CDF in our constitution. As I come to IDAP, Mr. Speaker, this House will have to revisit one thing that was actually anchored there before in our regulations, something called the County Development Committees. I am sure many members in this House can bear me witness that the kind of development that we undertake, insofar as when we are oversighting NGCDF, and on the other side when we are oversighting KERA, and especially what we call 22%, there is usually a lot of duplication with the other agencies. Mr. Speaker, we will need to come up with a law that will enforce that the kind of work we do in leadership is not work that has got regards to hearts and feelings of leaders. We should engage our mind, not our hearts. And I'm saying this because we must need a round table of members of parliament, of governors, of other leaders in the county, so that once we say that this road is going to be constructed by the county government, the same cannot be duplicated by any other fund. And the role of the County Development Board was to bring about all these leaders so that we streamline development, so that if NGCDF is handling this kind of development, then it cannot be found in the books of the county that the money from the county was expended in the same project. And because we are serving the same people, we need this kind of coherence, this kind of synergy, so that we are able to give proper service and